We have proposal 190 on the table, but just real quickly, the department have any updates this morning or anything?
Not this morning, amazingly enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, sounds good. So, Josh, that presentation you gave us last night is still fresh on our minds, and I'd like to start with board member questions, comments. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start it off. I was curious on what your thoughts were, Josh or Jason, on is there a concern with the population out there or the harvestable full curl rams out there? A conservation concern, that's what I was looking for.
Sure. Yeah, Member Barrett, good morning, board members. Just a reminder, my name is Josh Pierce. I'm the AB in the McGrath office, and all these slides can be found in RC4, tab 6. And then to get to your question through the chair, yeah, there's definitely a concern about sheep. I think statewide, we've heard a lot of that over the last few days. And in Unit 19C, the board even went one step further and took action to close all non-resident hunting.
Just to follow up. So I should have maybe made it a little more focused. Is there a conservation concern on harvesting full curl rams?
At this point, Member Barrett, we have very low harvests. The last 2 years, it's only been 5 to 10 sheep, and I don't have any concern about that.
What about when non-residents were allowed to participate?
Well, like I said, Member Barrett, that was the board at that point decided to close the non-resident hunting season, and it was over what you perceive to be conservation concerns.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you.
Member Wood.
Thank you. I want to make sure I've got the 190 totally clear in my mind. The recommendation basically boils down to, well, let me just preface that remarks. My understanding, I wasn't here, but that the board took action some time ago to close all harvests for 5 years. And from that grew the group that came out with the recommendations which formed the basis of 190. Is that accurate?
Through the chair to Member Wood, not quite. So in March 2023, the board heard proposal 204, and that proposal was to close all sheep hunting in Unit 19C. However, the board amended it and only closed the non-resident component of the harvest. So the resident hunts, as they were left entirely in place, with the exception of the youth hunt, I guess I would say.
With the exception of what?
The youth hunt, which was August 1st to the 5th, that was also closed.
I'm glad I asked the question then, so I didn't have the total picture. So the resident hunters were basically untouched by that particular resolution?
Member Wood, through the chair, with the exception of the youth hunt, that's correct. And the youth hunt has a very low level of harvest as well. That's typically maybe 2 to 5. I think the high number we had was 6 in 1 year. The average is probably closer to 2.
Okay, so now I want to get into what the impact of 190 would be if adopted as presented. That would, instead of the program you just described, as far as the resident hunters, it would have a request for 2025 to be closed entirely. Am I reading that correct?
Member Wood, again, not quite. It would not close the winter season, but it would close the fall resident hunt that is currently open from August 10 to September 20. That would be the additional closure.
Okay, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Then the following 2 years, you would go to a 80-20 on both resident, or yeah, it'd have to be to both resident and non-resident, correct?
Member Wood, so this proposal in RY 26 and 27 would implement a draw hunt for residents and non-residents. That's correct, with an 80-20 split. Again, that winter hunt would remain open in all of those years.
Okay. What was the rationale or justification for taking the resident hunters and converting them on over to this new plan in 26-27?
Yeah, Member Wood, through the chair. So the working group came up with this, just to make sure that's clear in everybody's mind, not the department. And the working group's rationale was that they wanted to spread the impact of conservation measures across all user groups.
Okay, so Are we going to hear from the group as well as the department on this?
Member Wood, you did on Friday.
Okay, I should have phrased that better. Will they make themselves available for questioning, I guess is a better way of putting it.
Well, I know we got a member sitting out there right now. I'm sure we could do that. Is that protocol we normally follow? Not at all. I'm getting a big no.
Yeah,
I sat in on those meetings. I didn't, participate fully, but, if you had a question, perhaps, I don't know if myself or Member Hoffman could
I'll go that
answer.
route, because I certainly don't want to open on up to back and forth with the public during deliberations, okay? And then lastly, in 2028, action seems to be predicated upon a guide concession program being in place. If the program is not in place, are we leaving it up to the group to come back with additional recommendations to this board?
Member Wood, so the working group did recognize that if that is not in place by RY 28, that they would like to get back together again and submit some more options for the board to consider. However, where we're at right now is a 5-year closure for non-residents. And if no changes are made at all in RY 28, all hunting seasons in Unit 19C would return to as they were prior to the closures.
That was my next question, okay. Thank you.
Thanks. I guess just to elaborate on a little bit more on that, Member Wood, I'm familiar with, creating a draw hunt. I know how that's going to work. I'm, familiar with, the suggested closures. I know how that's going to work. But the one thing I do not know exactly how it's going to work is how, 1605 262 is going to work. And that question I'm going to pose to Kimberly. Will you walk me through that? I mean, it's a quite, lengthy process, but it's a key part to this whole proposal, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the statute that you referenced is the law that was passed by the legislature for the establishment of big game guide concession areas. Essentially, at this point, we are at subsection C of the process because we are after public comment on this particular proposal. It's been submitted and has been considered by the public. So the next step for this board would be to, in consultation with Fish and Game, Department of Natural Resources, and the Big Game Commercial Services Board, you may approve a proposal to establish a big game guide concession area if you make the following determinations. One, that doing so would support the conservation and management of the state's land and big game resources. 2, aid in the enforcement of the state statutes and regulations relating to guided hunts for big game. And 3 is in the public interest. If you make those findings and you approve a concession area, then the next step would be to determine the allocation of permits.
Commissioner.
I don't think this Board of Game decides the allocation of the permits.
And that is correct, and I misspoke. The board shall determine the number of permits, not the allocation thereof.
Yeah. So in essence, what will happen is you guys could decide under the existing statute, which is under legal review, that 19C is an area you want to have this as feasibility study. That would then kick it over to DNR and Fish and Game to do some work. Neither one of the agencies have fiscal resources that tied to that identification. And I know, talking to the DNR commissioners, there's not a lot of, they had a $200,000 fiscal note associated with this bill. They don't have that money. So it's very doubtful, at least right now, until there's some fiscal resources provided, that they're gonna take $200,000 out of their budget to start work on this one until they get that fiscal note attached to it. So you could decide that you're going to identify this area at this meeting, but there's no guarantee after that there's going to actually be work done until the fiscal notes are provided for these bills to actually have that work done by DNR. Because this is a DNR-based program, because it's a land-based program. And I'll also add that there's legislation working its way through the legislature right now that would attach those fiscal notes to those bills. So we're covering the bases to ensure that the the legal challenges, if they do prevail, that there's still a program on the books by having new legislation attached to it.
Thanks for that. Any other, Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner, and I think we need to move forward with the thought that we probably will end up with something, hopefully, that has a fiscal note attached. But before I get to that, I want to ask the department a couple questions about some of their data they presented. And the question I have is, we've talked about the winter subsistence hunt that's still on the books, and also the resident take and non-resident take prior to this year. And I have a question about the winter subsistence hunt that occurs on the federal side. And both the state and federal government allow the take of three-quarter curl rams and ewes, as long as they're not accompanied by lambs, in both a fall and a spring season. And I didn't see any data from anybody that told us what's happening there. And I'd like to see, or maybe hear from both the state and the federal side, OSM, on how many animals are taken under that hunt. I understand it's restricted to Nikolai residents only, but there is a harvest quota that's out there, what that quota is, and also if they're concerned that that number may or may not hurt the population as they see it now. Because we currently have statements that the RS hunt isn't much of a concern, and the resident hunt that happened last year wasn't too much of a concern either. So I'd just like to get some additional information on those facts, if I could. Thank you.
Member Loring, through the chair. So this is a slide that I showed you guys last night, and it has, I believe, answers to most, if not all, of the questions that you just asked. That was a pretty long list, so I'll try to, if I miss something, let me know. But turn to this mic so I can not have my voice fading out there. So this chart or figure shows all of the winter hunt activity since the hunt was opened in 2014. And you can see that total harvest has been extremely low. It's averaged 2 sheep per year. In the early years, we had the most participation. And then 2019 was the start of when we detected a decline in our surveys. And so in 2020, that was a year that you guys saw a bunch of agenda change requests to close seasons. It's kind of when things really started to heat up. And in that year, the department EO'd the entire RS 380 season closed. Subsequent to that, and since starting in 2021, that season has been opened, but with a restricted bag limit of rams only. And so currently, the hunt is actually open right now today for residents only. They can only harvest a ram smaller than three-quarter curl, cannot include double broom, double broken. As you can see, there has been 0 harvest in the last 3 years. And so far this year as well, there's also been 0 harvest. So we're talking about an extremely small number of sheep and absolutely no ewe harvest.
A quick follow if I could. So this RS 380, is this strictly talking about the federal lands within 19C, or is it all of 19C?
Yeah, Member Loring, RS 380 is for all of 19C.
And a follow-up on that, do you have the ability to restrict, or does the state have the ability to close the season on the federal side, their federal subsistence hunt, or no? Is that federal side still open?
Member Loring, there is a federal winter hunt as well. There's a community harvest opportunity for the community of Nikolai, and I would let the federal liaison speak to the rest of your question.
And do those, these numbers here include that federal harvest?
There has been no harvest under that federal community hunt.
Okay. So can I just ask, OSM, could you just kind of brief us just real quick, give us a quick overview, a real simple one, on how the federal side works, how that community harvest works, what that quota is on that community harvest quota, and then how that's reported? Just a real quick Reader's Digest version.
Through the chair. Member Loring, we're currently tracking down. We're not sure in our move if the data has been misplaced in our database. We're currently tracking that down. I asked my supervisor. She is 50-50 sure that the community harvest has not been used at least within the last 10 years. If the community harvest does occur or would occur, residents of Nikolai would basically put their name on a list with a representative who collects the data in their community. They would go out, harvest, report to them, and then the person collecting the data would report to OSM. Not 100% certain if that's through Park Service staff or directly to OSM.
Just one real quick clarification. So right now, the 19C biologist said that under 380 that U harvest is restricted and there's a ram harvest. Is that the same thing on the federal side, or if you were to have harvest, would you still be available for take? You know, as long as they're not accompanied by lambs.
Through the chair, Member Loring, under the community harvest, rams and ewes unaccompanied by lambs could be harvested. Under the fall season, it's a 7/8 restriction.
Okay, thank you.
I think I know the answer to this, but, you know, how many folks that draw that feral bison hunt end up obtaining one of these permits? Like, since we're talking about RS 380.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there's definitely some of them that do, absolutely. So some number of these permittees were out there bison hunting at the same time. However, in the last 3 years, we've had 2 hunters out there. Neither of those 2 had a bison permit, and we've had bison hunting ongoing since that time. So some do. I don't know the exact number, but it's certainly not all of them.
Any other questions from Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Josh, is it your understanding that this proposal 190 is to reduce opportunity to potentially increase population? And if that's true, does the department have any data where we restricted opportunity for sheep hunting and that resulted in an increase in the population?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, the sheep working group is looking to be even more conservative than just the traditional full curl bag limit with a season of August 10 to September 20. And what we do not have data to show is what any kind of a recovery might look like in the absence of hunting or with hunting ongoing. And I put this figure back up just to kind of show what perspective we do have. The data go back to about 1982 that I had easy access to, and as other folks talked about, we know that there was a pretty steep decline of sheep numbers in the late 90s as well. You can see, starting in the early 2000s, harvest kind of leveled out at about 60 rams per year. No changes were made to seasons and bag limits during that time, and over the course of about 10 years, sheep numbers presumably started to increase again. This is harvest, which is a reasonable proxy for, you know, total sheep numbers out there. And we saw a steady increase in the number of sheep through about 2019, 2018, 2019. What happened obviously very differently this time, you can see from the figure, the harvest really dropped off the cliff. And so now we're at the bottom of that trough, so to speak, and what the recovery looks like is anybody's guess. We just don't know.
Just to follow up, and since Denali's right next door to you guys, did you compare their non-hunted population with this chart and possibly seen the same thing happening in a non-hunted population?
Yeah, Member Barrett. Denali has very little data available for sheep surveys in their area, and so they don't have nearly the quantity of survey work that we do. So quite frankly, that comparison isn't really that feasible.
All right, thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add a little bit to that to the conversation. You know, the department is moving forward and believes in full coral management. And we use that. We have sheep hunts open right now. You know, there is a lot of opinions about whether or not those sheep should be, or those hunts should be available because of the abundance that we're seeing. However, you know, if we get to a certain point, I think we do have, even with the full coral harvest, could we continue to hunt? I think we can. You know, it's very, very conservative. However, it also becomes, we start to get out of the biological realm too a little bit. And I think that's one of the places that the board finds itself. You know, we get down to such a low level, you know, the people want to see some kind of action. Biologically, could we hunt on full curl? I think we can. And I think this is, you know, potentially what we see here. We've heard about it for several years. Another area that, you know, you may recall is like the Glacier Mountain area. Very few sheep, but it's full curl hunting, and it's closed right now. Several years ago, the Western Brooks Range was closed because of a decline. They all have full curl rams in it that could continue, and biologically, we're going to stand behind that. But at some point, you know, both the department, the board, ACs, and, you know, there's a lot of concern that may not be necessarily rested with biological concern.
Other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Scott, for that, those thoughts. They make a lot of sense. I have a question for 19C biologists. Were you comfortable with the resin harvest this past year? That low number of resin harvests under the general season hunt, and that it didn't affect the any growth increase on the total population as far as the harvest went. Were you comfortable that it didn't affect anything, or do you think it did, or what's your comfort level on that, is allowing something like that to continue?
Yeah, sure, Member Loring, through the chair. I kind of gave that answer to Member Barrett already, that right now we've got a harvest of 5 to 10, and I'm definitely comfortable with that level of harvest. One of the real issues that we face all the time is we don't know exactly how many sheep are in Unit 19C. Our survey work that we do, we look at a portion of the unit and not the entire unit. We just don't have the resources and, even more importantly, the weather to ever pull something like that off. And so I can't tell you how many full curl sheep there are in 19C without doing a bunch of crazy extrapolations. And so, however, with that said, 5 to 10 sheep is an extremely small number. 19C is a big place, and I don't have any concern with that level of harvest.
Okay, thanks. So with what Director Scott mentioned about being real comfortable with full curl management on sheep generally statewide, and which is occurring in your area also. On the resin side of it, a small number taken by resin hunters, if they were to keep that resin portion of the season open, if 190, you know, closes it, but if it was to stay open, you'd be comfortable with that 5 to 10 sheep harvest.
Again, Member Loring, yes.
So there's you know, I know we talk about this guide concession program a little bit, and the large amount of, you know, DNR is gonna play in it, but there's a large tract of private land up there, and that private land has a healthy, robust sheep population. How does that fit into this situation with the guide concession program? I don't know. Does anybody know?
The guided concession program applies to state lands, and potentially there's an agreement between DNR and BLM, depending upon whether they want to still cooperate to have that also apply in BLM lands. Private lands is a completely different issue. The private landowner can decide to grant access or not access to a guide.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, and I was ready to talk about the guide concession program myself. So, you know, I don't understand, or I didn't see anything or really hear from the group what they based their decision on why 19C was an area to consider for guide concession areas. You know, was it based on population, you know, non-residents harvesting more because guides are more efficient? things like that. Maybe a couple of you guys could tell us what the committee was thinking while they were, was it popular because 19C is on, on everybody's subject? Did they look at any other areas like 20A or any other areas in the state that have, what people perceive to have guide issue problems? So maybe a little background on that.
Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you a little bit of my insight on that. It was, of course, it was already on the table, 19C, and it's predominantly state land. And it was closed, and it seemed like we did, and for part of your question, we didn't consider 20. 19C fit the bill, and it seemed like it was going to work, and it would be a good way to gauge and see, to test this guide concession program. And one of the biggest factors, it was all state land.
And just to elaborate just a little bit, the focus of the group was 19C. It wasn't a sheep working group to work on, sheep questions statewide. The focus was really hyper-focused on just 19C.
So then that seems to me that it's kind of biased because, 20A fits the bill. I think it's all state land, maybe some private lands in there, but, so having the committee that's focused on 19C recommending 19C for a guide use area, yeah, I don't know, because there was other areas that have the same contentious and have the same land status, and so I'm just a little concerned about that.
Sure. Any other questions from board members, comments from board members? Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand the recommendations of the working group, because I didn't attend those working group meetings. So you have a recommendation over the next 2 years to have draw permits and study the feasibility of a guide concession program. I guess the question I have is, do you believe that the way you're addressing it over the next 2 years is sufficient to conserve sheep in this area and hopefully rebuild the population if in fact the guide concession program is not implemented?
Yeah, Commissioner. So the proposal as is on the table right now would actually close sheep hunting to residents and non-residents in the fall, the general season, for this fall, RY25. Then RY26 and 7, it would go to a draw permit with a 2-year sunset clause. In RY28, it would open up again what the working group wanted to see was this guide concession program in place before that would happen. So what they determined or decided was if that did not look like it was moving forward, the working group wanted to reconvene and come up with another set of recommendations. Because right now, if nothing happens, all sheep hunting resumes in RY28 as it was prior to the closure.
But let me just ask again. For the next 2 years, the strategy that the board would be adopting based on the recommendations is they could say that we want to evaluate 19C as a guide concession program. That's not going to be implemented in the next 2 or 3 years. And then I guess the next thing is the is the proposal including enough conservation measures to ensure that this stock starts rebuilding with the draw permits and the closures? I recognize those will have to be revisited in the future, but is that sufficiently conservative enough to protect this stock?
Yeah, okay, Commissioner. So the answer to that question is in part how many draw permits the board would decide to issue. Theoretically, it could be a really high number, which would more or less make it open to everybody. On the other hand, they could come up with a very conservative number of permits. And if that were the case, then yeah, that would be even more conservative than just obviously a harvest ticket.
But the draw permits are set right now based on full curl management strategy.
So what the recommendation would be for full curl in addition to the draw hunt, yes.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Rita?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just wanted to note that as the department has already noted, the current fall hunt does provide a subsistence opportunity. And so in regulatory years 26 and 27 in the proposal that you have before you, that draw hunt would not for the next 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Member Brett?
Yeah, 2 things, Mr. Chairman. One, for the commissioner, I just want clarification. I think he said that, if we had this, potentially if we have this guide use area implemented in there, that it would be protecting and rebuilding the population. And I'm wondering how valid that is when, I believe that restricting harvest on restricting harvest on sheep population is not responsible for decreasing or increasing a population.
I think what I meant to say, maybe I didn't say it correctly, is that are there enough measures in place over the next several years while the evaluation of a guide concession program is in place to help rebuild this stock? If in fact they decide that a guide concession program we can put in place, we're going to have to then factor that in 2 or 3 years as to how we're going to manage sheep overall in this area. And one of those tools will be limiting potentially the number of guides that are operating in the area. So I think I'm asking at least my staff, over the next 2 or 3 years, if there's not a guide concession program, is the options or the recommendations being provided sufficient enough to build this population? Because there isn't going to be a guide concession program in the next 2 or 3 years. There might be at the end of 2 or 3 years, but there's not going to be one in place in the next 2 or 3 years.
I would just like to follow up. I know the department is cooperating or they're co-doing a project with the Nally and 20 area, I believe, where they're going to monitor the non-hunted population as much as they monitor the harvested area to see what correlation there is in between those two. And that basically, that's my belief, and that's what my best science available has pointed that harvesting sheep at full curl management in a population has no impact on increasing or decreasing a population. The study the department's doing with Denali is going to either prove that right or wrong.
Well, I think it's the department's position that full curl management is sufficient to conserve. If we take full curl management off, we would be very worried in this population. And probably the biggest worry I have in the next 2 or 3 years is federal subsistence program that may allow harvest of sub-full curl rams, and that could really fundamentally affect this population.
And I got a question for the Department of Law, because I don't have the current language that's sitting in the legislature on, I can't remember correctly how or who submits or proposes to the Board of Game a concession area.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, anyone can submit a proposal through the regulatory, or through this process.
So it would seem to me that, the working group, had a head start jump onto the average public or NGOs that are out there, because they losing the term loosely, they pre-filed, said, hey, our recommendations are to have a guide concession program before it was actually passed in the legislature. So I think, some of the public didn't have that opportunity to suggest other areas to the Board of Game.
Member Wood.
I want to follow up on Member Barrett's line of questioning. This guide concession program, if implemented, would establish 19C as one of the areas. But is that program, and I'm not familiar with it, going to say that only going to be allowed 3 guides in that area, or is it going to address that at all? To whomever's appropriate.
I'll try to take a shot at this. So it would basically empower DNR as the land manager, working with the Board of Game and the Big Game Guide Services Board and us to determine what the appropriate number of guides are in an area. Then you have to ask the fundamental question, that's the number of guides, how many assistant guides would you then allow those guides to have? So it's basically supposed to be balancing the number of guides that are operating in an area against the harvestable surplus, and then the allocation desires of what the board wants to do in terms of resident versus non-resident, because most of you have to have a guide for being non-resident hunters. So it's going to be a dynamic process that plays out between DNR and Fish and Game, and then the two regulatory boards in deciding what the numbers are, and then there's gonna be an application period. Those applications are gonna be scored, and at the end of it, you'll have an awarding for 10 years of some number of guide concessions to operate on state lands. They won't be applicable on federal lands, like the Denali. Oh, no, Denali is a national park, but it won't apply on federal lands, and it won't apply on private lands.
But the concept and goal of this program is to establish some number of guides that will be authorized to operate in this area, and no one else can operate in that area.
That's
So it's
correct.
an exclusive area.
Yes, it's a guide exclusive area, and it tries to get around the Osage Act decision by saying it's done on a lottery basis, or it's done on a scoring basis, and it's also not awarded for a lifetime. It's awarded for a 10-year period of time, then you have to reapply.
And bear with me, folks, 'cause this is my first meeting, and I don't understand the guide program entirely, concession program, but that would not address the issue of the division between resident and non-resident determination. In other words, the board would still retain the authority to say, within those 19C, for instance, it would be a 80-20 split, or it'd be a 70-30, or a 90-10, correct?
That's my understanding. That still would allow the board to set those allocation splits.
And the program would just say how many guides participate in that harvest.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And the reason they're looking at this is that when Osage Act overruled, there was a guide concession program in state lands that was basically thrown out with the Osage Act decision. The federal program, federal land is managed for Fish and Wildlife Service and Park Service, preserve land. They're under a guide concession program, and that seems to be at least alleviating some of the non-resident concerns on those federal lands. So that's why I think there's a desire to apply this onto state lands right now, because those are the only lands that remain open to anybody to become a guide on.
Thank you very much.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I know we're kind of getting long in this, but I have, want to explore this guide concession just a little bit more. And either the commissioner or Department of Law, doesn't the regulation or the law that's in place now and maybe the current language in the current bill tell the board that we have to come up with a area to look at as like an experimental area to see if it works? And so when we do that, if we take 19C in this case, what is your impression on how much longer, how long is this experiment going to take? And then when are we going to be able to look at, say, 20A, which is just as acute or more acute with problems as 19C has? Is that going to be a 10-year, 15-year down the line before we jump into number 2? And I mean, if we take all the year out of it on this experiment 19C, are we stuck there for 10 years before we have a chance to, look further down the line for other areas that have the same problems or worse?
That's a good question. We're not going to know how this is working probably for 5 or 10 years after it's implemented. It's going to take, as I said, a couple of years to get implemented because, we tried this 5 or 6 years ago to see whether we could do it under regulations, and it took some time just to work our way through the whole process. You're going to have to staff up at DNR. There's just a lot of pieces and puzzle pieces. Whether it works or not, that's a question. I think we can learn from what we've seen in the federal government's program, and it's another tool in the toolbox. I guess the fundamental question I've asked when I'm testifying this, can we manage sheep populations without it? Yes, but this is yet another tool in the toolbox that will solve some problems and hopefully, alleviate some of the pressure on resident versus non-resident hunting. But can we manage without it? Yes, but can we manage with it in cooperation with other ones? Yes, too. So,
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. This is one for Department of Law. I should have brought that current language with me. On the current statute that the legislature has in front of them, and has passed, does it specify how big any one guide concession can operate? Meaning, can they take unlimited hunters in there, or are they restricted to a certain number of hunters in each concession or a concession?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I don't believe that's addressed by this particular statute. It may be addressed in the DNR related statute with regard to the actual permits themselves.
Do we have access to that?
I can pull it up, but the commissioner may have the answer.
There's going to have to be a regulatory package put in place by DNR to enable the statute from being, enabling the statute to be operational. So none of that has been done yet.
So it's one of those, we make a vote and then read on what's in it later.
Cheryl?
Yep. Department of Law.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if it helps, I could RC SB 189 that was passed last year. That is the law that we have right now. And I don't know if folks want to table this and address it later, but it'll give you a chance to look at it. There seems to be a lot of questions about what that statute did. It is brand new. I understand there are questions about it, so I'm offering to do that if that's what folks want.
Yeah, it'd probably be helpful to have that in front of us right now. And I realize that this is a very complex proposal. There's a bunch of different parts of it, and we're focusing a lot on the guide concession part of it. So I think it'd be helpful to get that in front of us. Member Wood?
Yeah, I would expand that to give us what's currently on the books from last year, or whenever it was, as well as what's being proposed in the Senate.
So any questions here? If not, we might do we want to take a break and get that in front of us? Yeah. Oh, Member Garner.
Yeah, I have one kind of same proposal, slightly different approach and topic. Maybe it was something that I kind of missed before, but I wanted a little bit of clarification. On your proposal slide for the RS 380, and the hunt that is allowed taking, we're under full coral management. It's the only hunt that's allowed taking non-full coral, allowing use. Is there any science, any data? We had a presentation earlier on the mountain goat population and how the impact of taking nannies impacted the herd negatively and how that multiplier was. Is there any biological data regarding sheep, noticing in 2017 the taking of 4 ewes, which is ironically 8 years ago? Any data on that from the department?
Through the chair to Member Garner, the harvest of female ungulates in general, no matter what you're talking about, has a more significant impact on a population than the harvest of males. That's why the last 4 years, the harvest during this winter hunt has been restricted to rams only. I would not want to harvest any ewes at this point.
Rams only at 3/4.
They have to be 3/4 curl or smaller. The original, just a little history on that hunt, that bag limit came in part when that proposal passed. The board and the public did not want this winter hunt to be in any way a competition, so to speak, with the fall harvest. And so the original proposal was for any sheep, but it morphed into this rams 3/4 curls or smaller.
Okay, thank you.
With that, we'll take a short break here. We'll get that language in front of us, and we'll get back together and ask some more questions. So, thanks. resolution in front of us, and we can resume deliberations here on proposal 190. Any members of the board here have any new comments after reviewing this material?
Just an observation more so than anything else. I've read through the Senate bill back, let's see, number 189, and one of my concerns was addressed directly and not in the manner that I would like to have seen it, but the bill only addresses the permits and the number of guides, does not address assistant guides, and I think that's going to be the pivotal determination of how many are operating in a district. It isn't the number of guides that's going to dictate that. It's going to be the number of assistant guides, and I've got a real problem with that. So I appreciate law getting us this, and my understanding of a cursory glance through it is that the current legislation parallels exactly what this bill that passed last year is current law. But thank you for taking the time to do that. That opened it on up.
The board members' comments. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at this bill or this proposal before us, and it's really a two-part bill, two-part proposal. So you have one establishing a guide concession area, and then you have one that's, creating resident, non-resident hunts and that language there. And why I say it's two portions is because under the current statute that's sitting in the legislature that has, passed, but still in contestant, it's, the initial big game guide concessionary and permit program says, A, notwithstanding of the 1605-262 added by Section 4 of this act, the Board of Games shall establish an initial big game concession area under this section. And so I think, the working group brought this before us. They brought it before us properly through an ACR, which 19C was on the agenda for this regularly scheduled meeting. So before us, we have 19C, and I don't see how I can vote against it and not comply with the statute that's on the table, that's currently in there. Is that correct, Department of Law?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the Board of Games shall consider and approve or disapprove a proposal. I think it's still up to the board on how they would like to vote. It's just the board shall consider the proposal, which you are doing right now.
So when I look underneath the initial big game guide concession area and permit on page 28, this is an initial guide concession area. It has slightly different language.
He asks questions like that all the time, Kimberly. Get used to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, Member Barrett, I do believe, so I think you're quoting the uncodified language. Looking just at the statutory language itself, it does, I think, allow the board to determine the merits of the proposal.
So this document from the House, CS for the Senate Bill 189 RS LAMH, is not statutory language?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the uncodified language is not the statutory language? Or it is the statutory language? Okay, but it's just not codified. The codified language is what I referenced from the first page, from section A.
But we're obligated as a board in an initial concession, and it says shall adopt.
Yes, and so it's shall adopt an initial guide concession area. So instead of adopting multiple areas at once for the first time action by the board, you shall adopt an initial area. But under section A, you may consider the merits of the proposal before you rather than having it be mandatory, that you must adopt the proposal if it comes before you properly.
So let me ask you it this way, if I didn't support the the guide concession in 19C, would I be in compliance with the statute or out of compliance with the statute?
Member Brett, you'd be in compliance.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner.
I don't, you're supposed to do one. You could call for proposals for do one statewide to figure out which one you want to select from. You have one in front of you right now. As Kimberly said, you have the option of deciding the merits of this one, and if you decide this isn't the one you want to do, you can vote no. You don't have to select this one. You could then take the next one in consideration, or you could make a call, include in your call for proposals next year that you want to have a call for proposal for the appropriate area and discuss the merits of each one of those. But you have to select one at some point in time to start to kick this off. It doesn't have to be the first one in the door.
Thank you for that, Commissioner, and Department of Law. I just want to make sure I was compliant when I voted.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to maybe address part of what Member Wood was talking about, as far as I see it. You know, this guide concession program, like the Commissioner just mentioned, we have to get one on the books. It's a test program for 3 years. And we'll be, you know, that's part of, I think we'll cover that to get the wrinkles out in the 3 years. But the important part is to get it on the books now, because once the 3 years is up, we can, other areas kind of get the program rolling after this. And I think we will work out all those kinks. Because, you know, right now in 19C had some of the highest resident, non-resident conflicts of any unit. And I think this is the perfect place to start this program. And most importantly, we need to get the clock ticking so that we can get the program rolling.
Member Wood.
Apparently, I need to clarify my remarks a bit. It's not that I'm against or for the concession program. What I am in favor of, if there is to be a concession program, that it include the assistant guides as well as the guides.
You know, if that's one of your concerns, Mr. Wood, as a you know, a Board of Game body here, I believe we can limit the amount of non-resident tags given in a specific unit that would address that concern of yours. I believe that would address it. You know, I know what you're saying. You don't want to have a guide with 15 assistant guides and you know, but you could address that by limiting the number of non-resident tags given in a specific area. Commissioner.
Yeah, again, I just want to remind the board that the statute has been written. Statutes often require departments to develop regulations to implement those. And I think a lot of these questions on the number of assistant guides and everything else is going to flush out as DNR eventually staffs up this program and develops a regulatory package to implement it.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll help speed this up, maybe not. My intent is not to support Proposal 190. For the first part, by creating draw hunts and separating non-residents from residents, I think I've heard pretty clear from the department they could manage this 19C as a current, as it was before, and still be comfortable with the full curl management and the harvest out there. And then as far as the guide concession area, I think it's slightly premature. Again, I think also the Board of Game would have to come up with regulations. So when they're, and I'll use it as an example, so you could have a regulation that says when considering guide use areas, you may consider X, X, and X, and X to keep consistency in the future for future boards. You know, that we're not all over the place. One board, you know, for whatever reasons, make this area a guide concession area. We made ours because it was the first one, and we didn't develop anything for future boards to look at and say, why did you consider 19C as an area for guide concession? So I think we need a little work on our side to establish in regulation when we're considering a guide use area, some of the criteria that we may use.
Other board members? Member Wood.
I don't think I could have said it better. I would like to identify the remarks just put on the record by Member Barrett, but I also want to take a moment and thank all those people that worked so hard on that group. It brought everything to a head, and I, for one, appreciate it. It was an educational experience for me to wade my way through it, and I'm not so sure my head's above water yet.
Other board members' comments? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty complex proposal with a lot of parts into it, and I'd be interested, is any board members considering any amendments to any parts of this that, if they are, I'd like to maybe hear at this time? If they're not, then that's fine.
Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I would like to consider amendment to keep the resident hunting open in 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Member Bechtel. Going to discussion on your amendment?
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear in the discussion from the state that they didn't feel that the resident hunter harvest had an impact of concern on the conservation of this herd. And there was a lot of comments from the public and stuff, and both those against it and in support of this proposal to keep that hunt open.
Further discussion on the amendment from the board? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support that. Yeah, I'll support that amendment. I'll leave it at that.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting it. I completely support the working group's recommendations to, in the 19C with a non-resident conflict was known. The unit was shut down. The AC closest to Unit 19C, McGrath AC, which is basically a combination of the upper Kuskokwim villages, they all voted unanimously to close it completely to everybody for 5 years. And it didn't work out that way because it's because of the board game process, so it got amended. And we created a working group to help solve all these problems. Not everyone, they all agreed to compromise, give a little, and that's how we came up with this unit proposal 190 sheep working group. If we're not going to support this working group that we created, the board created, I'm fearful of how things are going to go on in the future. We ask people to do something for us, invest a lot of time, leave their families. They had lots of other things going on in rural Alaska. You can't just pick up and leave. You got to, and they made that commitment to come. They did what we asked, and now we're ripping it all apart. And I think we're going the wrong way, and we need to support the working group's recommendations. It's only temporary. It's for 3 years, and it'll get the guide concession program started, and hopefully things will be on a better track. And by then, maybe sheep populations, the weather will be better. And I think we're just ripping apart a lot of work, and there's no way I can support this. I'm in full support of the sheep working group proposal 190.
Member Loring.
Thank you, and thanks so much for your comments. I really appreciate those, Member Hoffman, and for the work you put into the working group. And I don't think we're ripping it apart. I think we're looking at providing resident opportunity where resident opportunity can be provided without impacting the populations. And Fish and Game's, through the questions I asked, they kind of pretty well fleshed out that they're not concerned with a few extra sheep that resident hunters can take advantage of. The rest of the proposal, like I say, it's a complex proposal, lots of parts to it. What are more important parts in this one little small section? So I see it's a little deviation from what the working group came up with, but I can support providing resident opportunity when it's not going to affect the populations. And our whole goal here is to rebuild that population, and a few extra rams are not going to affect that rebuilding process. The rest of it I agree with, and I think the working committee will probably be back in place in a few years, because I'm not sure if the guide concession program, if this does pass, will be in place. Then they'll have another chance to bring more recommendations to this board on exactly what we're going to see in a few years as this population goes up or goes down. Winters are good or bad, or whatever, all the other reasons that are going to affect the population. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Yeah, let's limit comments here just to about the amendment. We're just talking about the resident aspect of that. So, Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would not support the amendment. I know, you said focus on the amendment, but it's pertinent to Proposal 190 as written. I think there's got to be a little give and take on both sides. The working groups come to a great compromise from that, and I think if the McGrath AC, which is going to be the local residents, are in support of closing year 2025, that speaks volumes.
Thanks for that further discussion on the amendment. If not, we might be ready for the question on the amendment. And just to be really clear, Member Batesville, do you want to restate your amendment?
Yeah, the amendment would be to keep the resident-only hunting season open in 2025.
Call for the question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment, Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett? No. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
No.
And Chairman Fletcher?
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
All right, we have the original proposal in front of us. Any further discussion? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot just to build the record a little bit more. One, does the department with the current harvestable surplus of rams available in 19C can give us a breakdown of the 80-20 2DK permit?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Barrett. No, as I said earlier, we don't have a number of what the total number of harvestable rams in 19C would be.
And apparently you would have them before, well, you'd have to have them this year for the supplement for next year, for December, January supplement for drawing hunts.
Director Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a valid point Member Barrett makes, as we prepare for it. But also, if this is adopted as written, it'll be closed for 2 years. And then we'll be going into, the intent would be to go into a 80-20 split for drawing permits in that third year.
What third year? It says 26.
Oh, my apologies. I'm wrong. Thank you.
There are questions from board members for Member Brett?
Yeah, so I have a little concern with that. I mean, it's going to be coming up in a few short months, and we don't have, and the public doesn't have an understanding of how many permits actually represent 80 and 20% on the allocation or the number of tags that'll be available for application through the drawing system by next late winter or late fall. And I had one other point. On the point of Board of Game working groups, it's not rare or uncommon that the Board of Game creates a subcommittee or a working group, and then when they come back to the table as a whole, that the Board of Game as a whole doesn't accept their recommendations. And the last working group that the Board of Game had, I believe, was on trapping and trapping conflicts down in South Central, I believe. And they had a working group and met for a day or two. And the Board of Game didn't go with their recommendations either. So, yeah, we're not obligated as a body of the whole to, rely on or go with a working group or a subcommittee's recommendations.
Director Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and now I'm going to come back, and hopefully I won't be wrong on this. Member Barrett makes a very good point that we're going to have some numbers pretty quickly. I would encourage, if the board adopts this proposal, that, the board give us an up to number, and consider what the harvest has been the last few years, things like that. The 80-20 split, we kind of get that. We will need some guidance from the board in terms of the guided, non-guided aspect of it. And then start low. We've provided testimony that, currently the harvest of 5 to 10 rams is acceptable. I think that's something to think about and to go, consider. If you give us up to, whatever, I'm not going to put numbers out there for people to consider, but give us up to number and then recognize that I think we understand the intent of the board and the concern with this population. And we'll use the harvest most likely to guide, how many permits we will award. Keep in mind, these are minimum counts. We don't do them every year. It's going to be a challenge. We had a lot of testimony yesterday about sheep intensive management. Man, that's a big wrench in that system, right? Where we have really good survey numbers for moose, caribou, things like that. We're probably never going to know how many, we're not going to know exactly how many full coral rams are going to be available on the landscape. We know we have to treat this with kids' gloves, if you will, but we're going to need that guidance from the board. An up to number, I suggest you consider the harvest as it's been lately, and then we'll go from there.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to Josh. Did the McGrath AC had a recommendation for this?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Hoffman. Yeah, they're the only ones I saw actually put a number to that. The working group did not. The McGrath AC said up to 20 permits was their recommendation.
And how would that break out, just for the board, for everyone to know if we implemented it that?
Yeah, so that'd be 16 for residents and 4 for non-residents, Member Hoffman.
Other questions, comments from board members? We've had a really good discussion. I really appreciate everybody working hard. Oh, Natalie.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little bit more in terms of not swaying the board either direction, but if the board does adopt this drawing permit hunt, excuse me, we will need to have a little bit more conversation on the record about the allocation aspect of it. Right now, the drawing permit proposed is, excuse me, an 80-20 split, but it also includes allocation for non-residents accompanied by resident relatives within second degree of kindred. Sorry, not quite prepared for this one. But so in terms of looking at the proposal and how we would actually implement this, you'll need to determine if the 5% cap on non-residents accompanied by resident relatives within second degree of kindred is 5% of the 20% that go to non-residents, or if it's 5% of the total number of permits available. And here's why it matters. If it's 5% of the 20% that go to non-residents, then a minimum of 100 permits will need to be issued in order for a single permit to be awarded to non-residents accompanied by relatives within the second degree of kindred. So just something for consideration.
Just added about another hour to this. Member Garner.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last numbers again, the 100?
Thank you.
Maybe I could just add, you don't have to issue 100 to give one. You could decide that if it's less than 100, 0 are awarded. That's another option. I don't want the board to feel like you have to give 100 non-resident permits to issue one non-resident. The other option is if your allocation doesn't account for it, it's 0 to that group.
Member Loring.
Thank you. You can also put a minimum of 1 2DK permit also. We can put a number on that if we don't meet that threshold where it's going to be 0 the whole time, because I don't think we should give them a 0 for the whole rest of till the population goes up, because that's what's going to happen. So we can give the department direction with a minimum of 1 permit to 2DK as a possibility. Thanks.
Member Wood.
The presentation a second ago came directly out of the comments that the department gave us to consider 190 initially, and it's a simple mathematical formula. If you for instance, down to 4 non-residents under the scenario of 20 permits, you just multiply times 5%, and there's your answer. And if it's less than 1, they don't have a permit. I mean, I don't know what all the surprise is about, I guess.
That math seems pretty simple to me. It does. Other questions, discussion from board members? We've worked really hard on this. I know this is a complex proposal. And I don't know, we might be ready for the question on this, but a couple of my thoughts is that, this is a new concept, and there's gonna be growing pains, and it costs time and it costs money to try something new. We created a sheep working group to get together and work their way through a lot of really difficult decisions. There were like federal, Park Service people there. Guide was there, McGrath AC was there, private tract owners were there, and they all worked really hard to come up with, this idea. And I'm kind of going along with what Member Hoffman is, and it's really, I don't know, it's for me, it's kind of like watching. I watched how hard they work. That's the thing. That's what makes it tough. I mean, they struggled through a lot of things, and the amount of compromise that was achieved there it was amazing to me. And for me not to support what that group came up with, I'm not prepared to do. I realize that we don't have all the answers. Like Member Brett said, I don't like to say, oh, listen, okay, let's do it, and then later on we figured out what we did. But this is an important first step. So, Commissioner.
Yeah, just before you call for a final question here, I think it's important to look at these effects of the proposal and determine whether or not you're still providing reasonable opportunities to subsistence users in this area, just under these regulatory packages that you're about to adopt. That's your call to figure out whether reasonable opportunity, but we're closing some resident, non-resident fall hunts, and we're also creating caps on that affect subsistence opportunities. So just having a discussion about reasonable opportunity for subsistence is probably a good thing to get on the record.
Any discussion on that? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to help me out a little bit, currently you're thinking about 20 permits. I think it would be reasonable if we went up to 30 and to give the department just a little more flexibility if they have a little better year this year, or they see something that's changed from now till surveying or even the next year. I'd hate to have us just capped at 20, which seems to be fairly reasonable for right now, but I'm thinking about maybe a year or two down the road also. You don't have to use all 30, but it gives you some flexibility, little bit of flexibility. I was wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, Member Barrett. So, as Director Scott said, the number of permits is really up to you guys. Whether or not we have some more flexibility in there, I don't quite frankly have any anticipation that in the next 3 years we're going to have some miraculous recovery of the sheep population there. It's going to take time. And so we're talking just about a 3-year period here. It's a pretty short period of time. I think you guys can just give us a number of permits and we'll work with that.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with that being said, I'd like to amend the proposal 190 to add up to 20 permits, 16 for residents, 3 for non-residents, and 1 for 2DK.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's pretty straightforward, but discussion on that?
Yeah, basically, it's a takeoff from what the McGrath or Upper Kuskokwim Villages AC recommended. It's conservative, and it's only for 3 years.
Discussion on that amendment? Those numbers? Member Wood.
Question on amendment, would that pertain to just years 26 and 27?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's, is that sufficient direction, Natalie, if we would adopt that?
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd like the numbers again, please.
Sure thing. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Up to 20 permits, 16 resident, 3 non-resident, and 1 2DK.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that amendment's on the, in front of us here. Any further discussion on that amendment? Member Garner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be in support of that. In talking about this entire process, I see it as a compromise, painful to some user groups. Takes in consideration the science and the local knowledge of the animals, so I'd be in support of that amendment.
Thanks for that. Further discussion on this amendment? If not, we might be ready for the question on the amendment.
Call a question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment, and I'm not going to restate it because I think it's very clear to everybody. It's been stated twice already, but Mr. Batesdale,
Yes.
Mr. Wood,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
All right, we have the amended proposal in front of us. We have good direction for those couple years when the drawing is going to be, implemented on how the number of permits that are going to be given out to the public. Further discussion on this proposal, Member Loring.
Thank you. Just real quick, follow up on Commissioner's comments about subsistence. I have to ask Dr. Wida over there if the registration hunt will provide the subsistence opportunity that you think would be appropriate if we continue on with the direction we're going with 190.
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Loring. It's a board determination as to whether or not it provides reasonable opportunity, so I will say that. The winter hunt would continue to provide subsistence opportunity. The draw hunt, again, in the fall, no matter what structure that takes, would not provide subsistence opportunity, so that opportunity would be eliminated.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. My question's to Dr. Weeder, also to help build the RS hunt. I guess I would word it like this: are we providing a reasonable opportunity by definition for those subsistence users access to the resource, an opportunity to the resource? And I'm thinking on the lines of why some of that harvest hasn't, or people even have tried to hunt, is because the access to where sheep are, and somewhat from the village of Nikolai, that they still can't get there even with the use of snow machines.
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Barrett. There are a variety of reasons that opportunity may not be afforded to subsistence harvesters and to subsistence users. That can occur due to not enough resource being on the landscape, due to impediments from access, can be environmental conditions, it can be socioeconomic impacts to individuals. So again, whether or not the current circumstances would provide reasonable opportunity to the degree that the board determines necessary would be a matter of discussing those factors within the board.
So I'm kind of looking for guidance on the definition of reasonable opportunity, and statistically, what the department has shown us on participation. If you feel comfortable that the board is still providing a reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Barrett, I think that's your call. What Amy's saying is that's a decision you need to make. She's informing you still have a winter subsistence hunt on the books. You have federal subsistence hunting opportunity out there that's provided by the federal board. Yeah, you're taking some restrictions here by making this a draw hunt, but is that removal of that creation of that draw hunt from a registration hunt of impacting subsistence opportunity to such an extent that reasonable opportunity is no longer provided? That's your call in the context of the overall subsistence opportunity being provided out there.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for all that clarification and help building the record on that. So I believe, because nobody that claimed to be a subsistence hunter for 19C has come before the board or wrote proposals or an RC, telling the board or trying to have the board recognize that they have not had reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Member Wood.
Question to the department, are there other instances here in the state where we have draw hunts that have also provided or assured the opportunity for subsistence hunt? We're not setting new precedent here.
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Wood, draw hunts by definition do not provide reasonable opportunity. So for the board's information in the record, the definition in 1605-258 of reasonable opportunity is a means and opportunity as determined by the appropriate board that allows a subsistence user to participate in a subsistence hunt or fishery that provides a normally diligent participant with a reasonable expectation of success of taking a fish or game. So with a draw, and Department of Wildlife Conservation can speak to this part better than I can, but with a draw hunt, it's a matter of who draws. It is not based on whether or not an individual has a diligent individual has a reasonable opportunity for being successful in that draw.
And if I can, I think the question you asked, are we carving new ground here? No, we have other sheep hunts across the state that are draw permits and still reasonable opportunities provided in those hunts.
That's exactly what I was asking. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to help build the record a little bit. So we do have hunts still on the books. We have the winter hunt and the federal hunt. And also, we also have, the McGrath AC had a public meeting. They all knew that it was open to all the public. This is what the AC recommended and put forward, and they all were knowing that we're willing to forego lesser harvest for the greater good.
Further discussion from board members? Member Garner.
Yeah, I would kind of just echo Stasha's comments in that the opportunity, there's still the 380 hunt, there's still the federal opportunity, and while we heard from the federal side that there was a question on the recording the numbers, but there seemed to be less participation, probably less participation because there was an opportunity for a harvest tag. If that opportunity for a harvest tag goes away, becomes a draw. Unsuccessful in the draw, the opportunity still exists on the federal and the 380 side.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion on this proposal? If not, we might be ready for the question on the proposal.
Call a question.
The question's been called on the proposal.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks. Will you pull the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 190 as amended. Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended by a vote of 5 yeas to 2 nays.
And I think we need to put 192 up.
Mr. Chair, I move to drop Proposal 192, modify the resident and non-resident hunt structure for sheep in Unit 19C, Charlie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. If some of the materials, redundant, feel free to skip over it, but kind of, cut to the nuts and the bolts. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Chair. So really, for this one, well, for the next series of them, there is a lot of redundant information, and so you want me to just fast forward through those slides?
We're pretty familiar with it. We've been having a really
Okay.
good discussion on it, so feel free to skip over until we get to the differences.
Okay.
Oh, Member Loring.
Just real quick, so could you just donate which proposals this set of slides covers? Is it like 192 through 109, or which group of proposals are?
Oh, okay. Yeah, Member Loring, through the chair. So the whole next set, 192 through 118, all of the biological data, the harvest data, that's all exactly the same in each presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay, so Proposal 192 would keep the general season hunt August 10 to September 20th for resident sheep hunting opportunity under the current harvest ticket structure. Non-resident opportunity during the fall, August 10 to September 20, would only be reinstated if a limited draw permit system were implemented. Currently, we have no non-resident hunting opportunity in Unit 19C through regulatory year RY 27 and including that year. So it opens back up again in RY '28. There are no proposed changes to the winter subsistence hunt, RS 380, with this proposal. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by the public. And all the rest of these slides are going to be what you've already seen. And so the conclusion slide is what I just said. Department's neutral. Again, it would keep the resident general season in place and reopen non-resident opportunity with a limited draw system.
Discussion from board members on this proposal. Anyone? I guess my thought would be that we took action on 190, and because we took action on 190, it would warrant taking no action on 192. But I'm interested to see if any of the other board members think that there's an aspect of this that's different. If not, Member Loring.
Thank you. So if we were to approve this, would that then go back in and affect 190 as that section that this would contradict and change 190, or no? What's the comments from the Department of Law?
I believe it would. I mean, is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Loring, subsequent action would change what you have previously done.
Just want a clarification, thank you.
Sure. With all that being said, any other further discussion on this? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in the light of being consistent with my votes, I'm going to oppose 192. Again, I believe this Unit 19C can be managed under full curl as it once was, and I believe the biology speaks to that, and so I'll be in opposition of this proposal.
Member Loring?
Thank you. This proposal pretty much, mirrors the amendment that was made by Mr. Basto in Proposal 190, and that was voted down. So based on those actions, I think that I will be opposing this one also.
Thanks for that. Further discussion from board members. We had a really good discussion on 190. A lot of the same material we discussed for 190 pertains to this. Any further questions from board members, comments from board members' intent? Member Wood.
I would just like law to make the same analysis that was just asked by the chair on the subsequent ones dealing with 19C, because we may be able to save some time here if indeed there's consensus that there's no need to be considering them.
Through the chair, I guess just to reiterate, if you take subsequent action on Proposal 192 that is inconsistent with 190, that will change what you did on 190, and that. I'd like to know that going into the next ones.
Yes. Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, so it's your decision whether you want to take no action on a suite of proposals. That's up to the chair and the board members. So if you want to take a break and decide, have a little discussion about whether you think you want to take up some of these proposals or take no actions on them, that's your decision.
Sure. Okay, Kimberly.
And just to remember the Open Meetings Act, if that is something that is to be done.
Yeah, it's my feeling on 192 that we should have a vote on it, and then when we take up the next proposals, I'll probably have a different prerogative on the next group of proposals, but on 192, I think we should vote on it. So with that being said, maybe we're ready for the question on 192.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 192. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Thanks for that.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, and 108 due to the action taken on 190.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
We have unanimous consent on that, to take no action on that group of proposals. I'm looking up and down the board here, and everybody's unanimously consenting on that. All right, we take a unanimous consent on that, and we're going to take a break here and come back with proposal 109. To dig into proposal 109.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 109, reopen sheep hunting in Unit 19C Charlie to non-residents by bow and arrow only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and Josh, we totally understand, there's a lot of the same information here, and but feel free to take as much time to elaborate on any specific parts that you want to that kind of make this proposal different.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, I'll just touch on the few key slides. All of the, as I said, all the survey data and harvest data would be the same. So Proposal 109 would reopen Unit 19C non-resident sheep hunting from August 10 to September 20th by archery only. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. As I said, it would open it to archery only. It'd be August 10 to September 20th with a full curl bag limit every 4 years for non-residents. And the department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public.
Thanks for that discussion from board members. Basically, what this is we're talking about here is the archery only element. So if we're going to limit our discussion to that element, it would be great, because this is an archery only proposal. Any discussion on that? How many rams got taken with archery equipment in 19C over the last 10 years?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So we actually looked that up, of course, because of this, but it's been as low as 0 and as high as 2 was the highest, and 2 was in 2018, which was one of our peak years of harvest, so not very many.
Other questions from board members? What did the ACs say about this one? Yeah, Member Bechtel.
Yeah, there was no ACs in favor of this. There were 5 ACs opposed.
Yeah,
So my
Commissioner.
read of this is that if you were to adopt this, the only non-resident opportunity would be by bow and arrow. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that's
Okay, thank
correct.
Yeah, I guess, in my opinion, we've limited non-resident participation. I'm not thinking at this time I'm going to support opening up more, even though it is a archery-only season, and archery hunters aren't as successful as, rifle hunters. Member Loring.
Thank you. To follow up on the commissioner's comments, it would that only non-residents be able to hunt, but residents be completely eliminated from any type of hunting at all with this proposal. So I'd be opposed to it also.
Any further discussion on this proposal? We've had Member Wood.
Just some clarification, Commissioner. Are you saying your reading of it is that only the non-residents would have the ability to hunt by a bow and arrow? Or is it your contention somehow this replaces what we did in 2009?
My read of this is that it doesn't replace what you did in 2009, it just simply says that if you're a non-resident, you're only allowed bow and arrow to hunt.
In 19C?
In 19C. If I'm wrong with that, I guess I just need to understand this.
Yeah, sure. Okay, hopefully I can clarify a little bit. So this proposal was submitted before there was an agenda change request by the sheep working group. They had no idea that was out there. What this proposal was looking to do was reopen the non-resident sheep hunting, which was closed for 3 more years. They wanted to reopen it, but to archery only. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, thanks for that context. Any board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be in favor of this proposal. It's one of the pitfalls of kicking the can down the road, which that suite of proposals did. So with the action that we took on 190, I don't believe I want to change 190 with with portions of 109.
Thanks for that explanation, and I think I'm gonna echo those sentiments as well. I do think this is, unfortunately, one of the little bit of the fallout of whenever we, postpone taking action on a suite of proposals and ask for a working group to convene, but I'm not gonna support this either. There's any other discussion from board members? If not, I think we might be ready for the question on 109.
Call for the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 109. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Bagedel?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 110, change the sheep bag limit in unit 19C Charlie for resident hunters to 1 ram with full curl horn or larger every 2 regulatory years.
Second.
Thank you, Josh. Feel free to take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so proposal 110 would change the unit 19C resident bag limit for sheep to 1 full curl ram every 2 years. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by the public. If this proposal passes, the resident bag limit would change from 1 full curl ram annually to 1 full curl ram every 2 years. While the proposal is clearly addressing the fall season, it is unclear how this bag limit would affect the winter hunt. For example, if a hunter takes a full curl ram during the fall, would they then be ineligible to participate in the winter hunt for 2 years? Proposal 110 would change the Unit 19C resident bag limit for sheep to 1 full curl ram every 2 years. The department is neutral on this proposal.
Thanks for that, Josh. Just after that brief explanation, I think the ramifications we're going to have on the winter hunt, if we adopted this proposal, I don't think I'm going to be able to support it, but any other discussion from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll also be opposed to this proposal as written. Again, we made changes in 190, but this proposal asked that you restrict hunters to a full curl or larger every 2 years. And if we had the current or past language, this would not be able to provide for reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Thank you for that. Any further comments, Member Loring?
Thank you. How would this work with bag limits if we, move forward with this? If somebody was to take a sheep, let's say in 20A, would that bag limit then affect where you couldn't take a sheep for 2 years in 19C? Or tell me how that bag limit process works and how it would flesh out in this particular case. The reason I ask that, we have some other proposals that deal with multi-year bag limit restrictions, so this would cover some of those also.
Through the chair, Member Loring. So this appears to be one of our fairly standard bag limit questions regarding this proposal, if I understand it, would change the resident bag limit to 1 full curl ram every 2 regulatory years. So there would be, and I apologize, I missed the question, if someone had harvested one somewhere else and then came to this area in the next year. All right. I apologize, I'm getting there, sorry. We do have this instance in other places, with bears in particular, where the bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. And in that case, the board does have a regulation on the books that clearly explains when and where someone else can harvest another one of those animals. So the board does have the ability to either make this applicable only to Unit 19C, and they can also make it so that it does not impact the rest of the state. However, they also have the authority to make it so if you harvest a sheep in 19C 1 year, you are not able to harvest a sheep anywhere else in the state the next year as well. So it's really up to the board. We have a myriad of things that they've done in terms of brown bears in particular, so there are some options for you, either way you want to go with this.
Thank you, and just a quick follow-up. I'm sure the board's not looking at this, but if we do, we need to consider how we're gonna address that. If we end up with, comments from the board during deliberations that this may pass, so just want to bring that to attention. Thank you.
There are comments from board members? Member Batchel?
Yeah, I don't believe I could support this, given what we took action in 190.
Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting it as well, and just to build the record a little bit, 5 ACs on record were against it and none supported it.
Any further discussion? Member Loring?
Yeah, I won't be supporting it either based on our deliberations and comments from the department. Thank you.
Any further more comments or intent? Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in addition to the bag limit discussion, I thought I would point out that existing regulations for drawing permit hunts, and I believe that 19C is at this point a drawing hunt for residents, do not allow a person to win the same hunt 2 years in a row. So I believe the intent of this may already be covered. If a resident wins a 19C sheep drawing permit hunt and is successful or is even unsuccessful, they are not eligible to win that drawing permit hunt the next year.
Thank you for bringing that up. It's a great point. Any further questions here?
Question.
Maybe we're ready for the question?
Call a question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 110. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 111. Set the sheep bag limit in Unit 19C Charlie for resident hunters based on the age of the ram harvested for 6 to 8-year-old rams.
Second.
Thank you for that. Josh, feel free.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so proposal 111 would change the Unit 19C resident sheep bag limit based on the age of the sheep harvested. The department is opposed to this proposal, which was submitted by the public. If this proposal passes, the resident bag limit in the fall would change from 1 full curl ram annually to a variable bag limit based on the age of the last sheep harvested. If a hunter takes an 8-year-old or older ram, the hunter can hunt again the next year. If the sheep is 7 years old, the hunter is ineligible to hunt for the next 2 seasons. If the sheep is 6 or younger, the hunter is ineligible to hunt for the next 3 seasons. The proposal was not clear if this variable bag limit would also apply to the winter registration hunt, but that hunt only allows for the harvest of younger rams. And so hunters in that hunt would be penalized under this system. Proposal 111 would change the Unit 19C resident sheep bag limit based on the age of the sheep harvested. The department opposes this proposal. Creating a multi-tiered bag limit would be difficult to track, and while we can age most sheep precisely, there are some sheep that are difficult to age to the exact year. This would create a challenging situation when it came to enforcement of the new bag limit and ambiguous situations. If a change is made to the bag limit, this would place Unit 19C out of alignment with the statewide bag limit. Creating a multi-tiered bag limit based on the age of the sheep is also inconsistent with subsistence harvesting patterns. In particular, subsistence hunters during the winter hunt would be negatively affected by this proposal because by regulation, they are required to shoot young rams. That's all I have.
Thanks for that. My general thoughts on this proposal, it complicates the winter hunt, and we had a lot of public testimony, a lot of folks that really know sheep out there. You can't age a sheep through a scope, so I would believe this would just kind of like come down to luck, and I'm not going to support the proposal. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also agree with you. And as this proposal is written and when it was submitted, it would not provide for the statutory definition of reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Any other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think we have a lot of testimony on record by the department and other folks that our full curl strategy is what we're going with. It's a very conservative approach. And this kind of, it's a good idea, it kind of goes against that. So I want to stick with the department and give deference to their management strategy, and I'll be opposing it also.
Thanks for that. Any further comments or intent from board members? Member Gardner.
Yeah, just with the difficulty of implementation and the inconsistency in the aging process, we all heard about that. Plus, multiple ACs oppose. I would not be in support of this.
Thanks for that. If no more further questions or intent, we're about ready for the question on 111, I think.
Call the question on 111.
Question's been called on 111.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 111. Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batesdale?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
I have a question about the next proposal. Does the next proposal mirror this one a lot, but just add the 10-year component?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's a very similar proposal. It's just even a little more strict with the consequences if you shoot a young sheep.
It would be my feeling that we could take no action on proposal 112 because of our action on 111, but if there's any board members that have further discussion about that, I'd be up to it. If not, we're going to ask for unanimous consent to take no action on 112. We'll take no action on 112. And 113, I think we're covered there. I think we can take no action on 113, if anybody has any questions about that.
Do you need a motion on the floor to that effect? I would think so. I'd so move, take no action based upon the action on 111.
Thank you for that. So I'm a little confused. I'm sorry about that. Are we on proposal 113 now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're on proposal 113. We had a proposal to take no action on 113.
Needs a second and hopefully ask for unanimous consent.
Second.
All right, it's been seconded, and I'll ask for unanimous consent on that. All right, we have unanimous consent. Thank you for that. I have a question for the department. What are we on? We're on 114. Would you give us a brief explanation on 114 and how it differs from maybe like 109?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so Proposal 114 would change all resident sheep hunting in 19C to archery only and require future non-resident sheep hunting to be open to archery only. Again, this proposal was submitted before the sheep working group put in their agenda change request. And so this is under the presumption that non-residents are closed for the next 3 years, which is no longer the case. And when it came out of that closure, it would have opened with archery.
So the archery component of 109 was just specifically about non-residents, and this is about residents. Is that correct?
Not quite, Mr. Chair. 109 was just for non-residents. This would affect residents and non-residents.
Okay, so we're dealing with the resident part of this instead of just the non-resident. Member Loring.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so this proposal is asking for no more gun hunting, nothing else but bow and arrow for everybody as far as the resident opportunity, and then non-residents when in the future. So just total bow and arrow hunting only. Is that correct?
I think we should put this on the table.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 114, change all sheep hunting in Unit 19C Charlie to archery only and require future non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 19C to be by bow and arrow only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Now we definitely let's have a discussion about that. Sorry. Any other board members discussion? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same as the last few. As this proposal is written and then when it was submitted, it would not comply with the statutory definition of reasonable opportunity.
Thank you for that, Member Brett. Any further discussion? Member Loring?
Yeah, I just want to move my comments forward from pre-table to post-table. So they're the same. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from board members? If not, I think we could be ready for the question on 114.
Call the question.
The question's been called on 114.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 114. Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, move to take no action on proposal 115, 116, 117, and 118.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Actually, I think 118 we'll need to take up, so I would definitely agree with 115, 116, 117. I think 118 talks about all of Unit 19 instead of just 19C.
Okay, right. So again, I'll restate it. Mr. Chair, move to take no action on proposal 115, 116, and 117.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
We got unanimous consent up and down here. Everybody's nodding and agreeing. Okay, we'll do that.
Mr. Chair,
Take no action on 115, 116, 117.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 118, close all non-resident sheep hunting in units 19.
Second.
Thank you for that. Department, we'd love to hear about proposal 118.
All right, Mr. Chair, proposal 118 would close all non-resident sheep hunting in all of Unit 19. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. If this proposal passes, it would close all non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 19. And practically speaking, the only two subunits in 19 with sheep are 19B Bravo and C Charlie. I'm going to skip over the 19C information, which you guys have seen. Okay, and then here specific to 19B. So very few people hunt sheep in Unit 19B, and very few sheep are harvested. From RY15 to RY24, an average of 5 residents hunted per year and fewer than 1 non-resident per year. Over that same time period, residents harvested an average of 1.5 sheep per year, and non-residents harvested less than 1 sheep per year. And in the last decade, non-residents only harvested 2 sheep in 19B Bravo. We do not conduct any surveys at all in 19B. Sheep densities are extremely low down there, and we focus all of our efforts in Unit 19C. Again, proposal 118 would close all non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 19. The department is neutral on this proposal as it addresses allocation. Unit 19C is currently closed to non-residents and now will reopen in RY 26 under the draw permit. If adopted, this proposal would permanently close all of Unit 19 to non-resident sheep hunters.
Thank you for that, Josh. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to support this proposal. I believe there's a harvestable surplus that could allow for non-resident harvest in 19. So I'll be not in support of this proposal.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you. I won't be supporting it either. I believe there are sheep out there that would provide for a non-resident opportunity. And I just don't want to take that away from them, so I won't be supporting it either.
Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposer expresses a concern of sublegal rams being harvested by guided non-resident hunters. Are there any statistics to confirm that allegation?
Yeah, Member Gardner, through the chair. We do have, like all areas of the state, there is a low level of sublegal harvest that takes place. I think Dr. Loheis yesterday said it was it 4%? I want to say 4%. I don't know exactly, but it's a low level. And of course, the department has come out in recent years with a lot more educational materials to help sheep hunters identify legal rams. But the reality is, people do make mistakes occasionally.
But no specific statistics on 19, Unit 19, specifically on guided non-residents.
I don't have that right now. No, I'm sorry.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Non-residents need to be guided under statute. And so besides the hunter being liable, the guide also has liability involved. So there's already kind of a double prong, towards the penalties. So I think that covered that way there, the guides also have a responsibility to, if they do get in trouble, they're gonna be sanctioned also. So I don't see it to be a problem. It's gonna happen across the board anyway, a little bit here and there, so, thank you.
I have a question for the department with 19C being closed to non-resident, hunters. Is there a rise in guided non-resident hunters in, the other subunits we were talking about here?
Mr. Chair, in 19B, no, definitely not. The participation in hunting out there is low and has remained low since 19C closed. I can't speak to other units.
Thank you for that, Josh. Any other questions from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question on 118.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns for the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 118. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No,
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
And Mr. Wood?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ken Chase to come up with the gas AC and give a presentation. Thank you guys very much. I guess not a presentation, is testimony for the AC.
Still morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff. I thank you for this opportunity to come before you today and represent the Gas Advisory Committee. You have, first I'll take some of the good things. I guess we have the minutes. I think you all have that. And the only thing I have to add in there, I think, is kind of a good report on bison. We had, there was a comment in here on it, and it stated that there was 80 counted this year by the biologists from Fairbanks. However, doing just about the time that Iditarod came through, we had a little herd about between 6 and 10 or 12, somewhere in that area, that showed up about 10 days after he counted, showed up at Anvik at the airport, below the airport. So took me a while, a couple hours to get there after I got home, and they had already came across the river and spent a couple of days there, I guess, and went back across. So there's an extra little bunch there out there maneuvering around, doing something, looking for different pastures, I suppose. But that was a good sign, and they're really reported in good condition this year, along with other moose and other animals. We've got a lot of abundance and good conditions for them this past year. So that's my good report, good side. We had, like I say, our minutes, and we acted on the three proposals, we had established a standard for number 130. I'll skip 19 right now, 119. 130 was a center fire rifle for stopping the caliber. That we support that proposal, number 130. And the comments were that it was tried years ago to stop small center fire rifles from using specifically on moose. And it came up again this year in Bethel, and we decided to support it because we still see problems with it. It's people that go out with, especially younger guys, go out there and shoot with the smaller rifles. They lose quite a bit of game, so that was our position. On proposal 164, and we authorized winter moose season. That was no problem there. We supported 6-0. So, and then we go to 119. This is a boundary proposal that the Cash Committee has talked about for several years to do something with the problem of an area there that's never really been watched by, we think, by the Fairbanks Department, Fish and Game biologist. And it's been talked about because we've got high predator there, we've got low moose counts, we've had low moose counts since the flood, 2 floods dating back about 20 years ago. The moose are not recovered, and last year, this last fall, I talked to some hunters that came down and hunted there out of the Galena area, and they didn't get anything. This past year, they came down to our area and they got moose, and they were telling me about asking me about why was it so barren there, why there was no animals. And the moose, of course, not there because the predation is high. Bears and wolves are really high there. And we have no reports of any biological investigations or checking on that. And I talked to a biologist in Fairbanks once about our intent to try and get this boundary change, and I didn't get much response out of him. And then also I called, before we put the boundary change in, our committee had approved it and talked about it. And then I called Caltag, a couple of people I knew there, and asked them about who their chairman was, and they told me, and I never did get a hold of him in Kaikuk. But we wanted to let them know what our plans were and stop any kind of rumors that goes on. Well, we didn't, so we got a whole bunch of negative talks on it afterward. In our past meeting on teleconference a couple of weeks ago, we had people that were coming on board, saying all kinds of things about the boundary change, what it was going to do, and it was going to make guides out of different people, and there was just a bunch of nonsense talk. And so I kind of almost said, the heck with it, but that area needs some attention. And the reason why is Grayling is our biggest village, and they have a problem with moose hunting in their area because they have to come. The only way they can go is north, really, without being on anybody's land but the government. But going south, where they usually go now, and then up to Noco is 120 miles to their hunting grounds, and in doing so, they pass through Anvik and Holy Cross private lands, and then they've been getting moose and without permits. We don't have any permits in those 4 villages for locals, so no agreements between the entities. So they trespass, and we thought we could stop a lot of that by opening up the area north that nobody really hunts in. And, but first we'd have to get it back to producing form. And it's something that grayling, I think, kind of balked at because some of them, especially the people that have art with antlers and stuff, didn't like the antler, didn't want to abolish or destroy the antlers. They wanted to keep them. So when that happened, when 21D went to that process, we were never informed, we were never asked as a group adjacent to them. They never asked us if we wanted to support that or anything, and we just didn't know. And so now it's, I guess I'm open for questions.
Ken, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. Thanks for traveling all the way here. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ken, for your testimony. Question about that area you're talking about that's not producing very much moose right now. How was it historically? Was there a lot of moose in years past? And then you mentioned the floods might have taken the moose down?
Yes, Mr. Hoffman. That was very good moose area and from the 70s on up. Anvik used to hunt there a lot. My family's got 800 acres there, and we spend a lot of time up there trapping and hunting. And we don't even hunt there anymore. There's just not enough moose. And the floods, I think, killed off the calves. And a couple of years later, we had another one. And to give you some idea of how big that flood was, I don't know if anybody on the board knows how high those banks are up there on that area. That the flood stage was 6 feet, 7 feet above that flood stage. So it just completely, I think, wiped those calves out.
Yeah, thank you, Ken, for that. I'm wondering, some thoughts that came through my mind is when these areas that haven't produced moose in a while and they're not able to knock down the willows, are they getting so big that they're not being productive for moose anymore, if you know what I'm saying? Because moose haven't been around or I know that's, I was told that once by a retired game biologist that he thought if moose weren't in an area for long, the willows would get too big and that would hinder their growth later on.
I believe that's true.
Other questions from board members? Member Wood.
Not a question, but I thank you, Ken. You're proving that some of us old mushers are still around and contributing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. That was a good report and some more explanation to the boundary change that I didn't have, verbal testimony on all the discussions that was behind the scenes on that. And it was great to hear a good update from the wood bison down there. It's always good to hear that we're productive again.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Ken. Hey, you folks put, your GASH committee submitted 119, and then looked like it was failed by a 3-3 vote. Could you just go through that one more time with me on and why some of those members didn't, or just what happened? What were the dynamics in there that caused a division with your committee as far as a 3-3 final vote?
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, I failed to do that. We had several committees meet at a number of times, once in Fairbanks, I think last year, and we discussed it. We discussed it with Josh, our biologist, and we talked to Fish and Wildlife, which has a area for, around the Anoka Refuge there. And it was all, they were all supporting it, but when it came to have our last meeting, we only had 6 members. We're always trumped by other meetings for people to get paid to go to a meeting, and this one they didn't, I guess. So we didn't have any, all our members we had, so we had three that were non-attendants, and 2 of them were from grayling. So we didn't have a very good barometer of that meeting by 6 votes, 3 equal.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions? Member Garner.
To follow up on the question, what was the opposition of the three opposed?
I think, excuse me, I think they never did say, but I think it was political. I think it's just, it's not really anything to do with the wildlife. And I'd like to say also that the proposal was never meant to change anything other than the boundary. There was rumors that it was going to affect native allotment hunting. It was going to bring guides in there, and et cetera, et cetera. And it's a small area. It's only like 25 miles long and about 5 miles wide. And it's an area that I think I'd say on the record right now that if we don't get anything done with it, we're going to have to ask for closure of it. We're going to try to get the commissioner or somebody to put a stop on a moratorium on hunting there for a while till we see something come back. And that's my argument.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Ken, thank you very much for coming all this way, and thanks for that testimony, and thank you very much for the service to your AEC.
Okay, thank you.
If you found anything else at the last minute, you can definitely.
I'm just checking real quick here. Nope, I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Does the department need some time to switch personnel up there, or are we going to be pretty fluid? Yeah.
There's one, can I make another request?
Oh, yeah.
We have another 21A unit right next, on the side of this 21D. And it also ties in with 21E in the Anvik area. And it's a big area of Anoka Wildlife Refuge, and it's our moose basket for a lot of years. And we've been having a lot of reports on that area of moose take in the fall by transport hunters. And we're getting a lot of kickback from the villagers on why. And we try to bring up our moose management plan to them and everything, but publicly it's not getting out too good. So I think in the next go-around we will bring a thing in on 21A. We'll come up with some kind of a plan for that, because there's no villages in there. It's just transport hunting, and it's the area that grayling used to hunt traditionally. So I'd like to just have that on record for the board. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, I'm glad you came back up there, Ken. I can ask you on record. You had mentioned it was in either 21E or 21D, where you said traditional local knowledge has been seeing a lot more bears, and it's affecting the moose population. Have you talked to the department with that, and does your guys' sighting of bears agree with the population the department may or may not have out there?
We talk a lot with Josh, and I think he understands that Fairbanks, who has control of that area, so I have only talked to Stout, I think, a couple of times, and it's always been a high-density bear because it's in the Blackburn Hills, and the bears cross from the Bear Mountain on the from the Blackburn Mountains on the west side, and they cross the Yukon every spring. And they go to this big mountain called Bear Mountain. Well, in the process, they stop off in that area, and it's just exactly the area that we're talking about. And then we see kills out on the river all the time.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks a whole bunch.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 119, change the boundary between units 21 Echo and 21 Delta.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, whenever your presentation comes up, you can take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name's Jason Sikoski. I'm the management coordinator for the Interior and Northeast Arctic, also known as Region 3. I'll be presenting 3 of the next proposals, all of which are available in RC4 tab 7. In addition to myself, theoretically, if the technology is working, we have Glenn Stout, the area biologist, online remotely, and then additionally Josh Pierce, the AB for McGrath, if the questions get a bit technical. How do I move these? I was just hitting that to move them.
It's not moving, turn it down.
So up, down. All right, so Proposal 119 seeks to change the Unit 21D and Unit 21E boundary. This proposal was submitted by the Gash AC. However, at a recent Gash AC meeting, the motion to support this proposal failed with a vote of 3 opposed and 3 support. This proposal was opposed by the Middle Yukon AC, and the department opposes this proposal. The stated intent of this proposal is to effect a change to seasons and bag limits because the proponents do not want to destroy their moose antlers if they hunt in this area. The department recommends that season or bag limit proposals should be considered at the appropriate regional meeting rather than indirectly as boundary change proposals at a statewide meeting. The current GMU boundaries accurately delineate 2 moose populations with different management structures. In addition, the current GMU boundaries also accurately reflect hunter use patterns, and I'll be explaining these points in more detail later in the presentation. It's important to note that the RM 834 permit for Unit 21D requires antler destruction. That permit is available online prior to and throughout the hunting season. It is also available to local vendors in Nulato and Caltag. The DM 818 drawing permit is also available for residents if they do not want to destroy the antlers of a moose they harvest. In addition to moose hunting regulations, 3 other big game species would be affected by this proposal. A small reduction in caribou hunting opportunity where the Unit 21D regulation is more liberal, a small reduction in the muskox hunt area of Unit 21D, an increase in winter moose hunting in Unit 21E if it was expanded, and a small increase in the grizzly bear season opportunity associated with the, again, if the Unit 21E was expanded. No other hunting or trapping regulations for any other species are affected by the boundary change. This map shows the current boundaries for GMUs 21D and 21E. The proposal only seeks to change the area where the two GMUs currently share a common border, which is circled in yellow on the map. This map is a zoomed-in view of the previous area circled on the previous map, and it shows where the proponent would like to move the boundary by expanding GMU 21E to the north and decreasing GMU 21D. The proponent provides no explanation for why this new boundary change better delineates the moose population or hunter use patterns. Blackburn Island is an important landmark on this map, and it is just inside the current GMU 21D boundary. I'll refer to Blackburn Island as a point of reference later in this presentation. There's a lot going on this map, so I'll try to explain it. This slide shows over 280,000 GPS locations of moose from a 21E moose study that was conducted from 2010 to 2014. The white polygon that you see, the squiggly white polygon, that is where the moose were originally captured. And then all of the yellow dots are the subsequent relocations via GPS collar. As you can see, even though moose were captured directly adjacent to the 21D, 21E boundary, only 1.2% of all subsequent GPS locations occurred in 21D. And then in addition to that, a smaller telemetry study was conducted in Unit 21D just to the north of the area from 2008 to 2010, and none of those 21D moose crossed into 21E during that studies. Both of these studies give us strong evidence that the current GMU boundaries accurately delineate the moose populations in both 21D and 21E. One final point on this map, we added elevation gradients by color. And so the purple on the map is lowland riparian habitat below 200 feet. As you can see on the map, that purple lowland habitat, which is where most of the moose live, gets really restricted right at the 21D and 21E boundary, kind of effectively acting as a natural break between two moose populations. This slide shows the total number of permits issued since 2002 for 21D and 21E residents. Caltag and Nulato are 21D communities, and the permits they acquire are in the top part of the table in yellow. Grayling, Anvik, Shagluk, and Holy Cross are 21E communities, and the permits they acquire are in the bottom part of the table in green. The columns in the table are divided by 21D hunts in the first column and 21E hunts in the second column. The point of this slide is to demonstrate that for the last 22 years, less than 1% of 21E residents hunted in GMU 21D, and similarly, only 1% of 21D residents hunted south into Unit 21E. The harvest data demonstrates that the current boundary effectively delineates local hunting patterns. This is a map from a 2014 Division of Subsistence study, and it shows a resource use pattern for 21E residents. The data shows a similar pattern as the previous slide, showing that 21E residents seldom hunt in Unit 21D. As you can see, Blackburn Island is referenced on this map as it was in the previous one, and that is very close to where the 21D, 21E current boundary is. Because this proposal intends to affect a change to season and bag limits, the department recommends that season or bag limit proposals should be considered at an appropriate regional meeting rather than indirectly as a boundary change proposal at a statewide meeting. The department also supports the current management strategies that apply to the moose populations in 21D and 21E as delineated by the current boundary. The board may want to consider whether implementing a boundary change is appropriate means for affecting changes in management strategies. If the board considers adopting this proposal, they may want to consider the effect on intensive management objectives and the current seasons and bag limits for both of these units. The department opposes changing the 21D, 21E boundary. The proposal was submitted by the Gash AC, and as you heard earlier, was not supported in their most recent vote. The Middle Yukon AC opposes proposal boundary change unanimously, and they opposed a change to the current hunt strategy for this area where they are the primary user group. That's all I have, Chair.
Hey, thank you very much for that. Questions from board members. Member Wood.
Which areas does Middle Yukon AC represent?
Glenn, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. Yeah, Mr. Chair, through the chair, the Middle Yukon typically is the communities of Salina, Kaituck, Nulato, and Caltag, and they're all in Unit 21D.
Okay, thank you. And it's just a matter, I guess, of semantics, but a 3-3 vote neither opposes or supports in my book, and sort of wash.
I have a question. Was anybody around for the Koyukuk Moose, management plan, whenever this got formed, how important was this corridor in that plan, 21D, this particular area? Was anybody around for that? Should we call Virgil up, Umpenhauer?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest Glenn Stout online might be the best source of information on that.
Yeah, through the chair. The Koyukuk Moose Hunters Working Group originally started out with the Koyukuk Controlled Use Area, but they found out pretty quickly that what happened around the perimeter of the controlled use area affected the overall management. In particular, the antler destruction proposal, we had issues where the antler cutting inside the controlled use area, we called it bootlegging. Hunters would go outside the controlled use area, harvest a moose under the general harvest ticket strategy. And so the ACs came back together after the working group had more or less disbanded, and they recognized those problems. And they decided to expand the drawing and registration permit system to an outer perimeter because, first of all, they saw that it was pretty effective immediately in reducing overall hunter numbers, but it also allowed for the implementation and enforcement of those regulations throughout the area, in particular, the antler destruction and being able to control distribution of hunters with the drawing permits.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, you showed us that slide with the, all that movement, all that collared moose in 21E. How many collars does that represent, collared moose?
Yeah, Member Barrett, through the chair, that was about 40 moose total.
Wow. And then one other question, so we had that slide there, and we only see that some of those collars just get into 21D. But do we have a slide that shows the 21D moose density to, to keep things in perspective?
Member Brett, through the chair. So those points aren't representing moose density.
Or
Those
moose
are
locations,
simply, representing moose locations. I'm unaware of a study, a GPS study for moose in 21D, but Glenn could certainly jump on here and explain if you're asking about density differences between moose in 21E and 21D. Josh and Glenn can certainly.
Yeah, so
handle
what I was
that.
getting at is potentially I'm trying to figure out why there's a boundary, why they're requesting a boundary change to go a little bit up into 21D. Because there may be more moose up in that little section up there that they could harvest without antler destruction is what I'm thinking about. But I don't know what the moose distribution moose distribution in that boundary change would look like from 21D.
Okay, yeah, through the chair, Member Barrett, I think Glenn would be the best to explain what's going on in that section that would change with respect to moose density and distribution.
Yeah, thank you, Member Barrett, through the chair. That area, as the map shows, the topography is more or less a choke point in the habitat. There is really kind of a section of river there from Blackburn Island up that densities are lower in that section of the river. They've always been lower in that area just because of the limited habitat. It goes up on the west side, it goes up pretty quickly into a lot of spruce, up into the Nulato Hills there. And then that's kind of the Caillou Hills coming down on the east side of 21D in that arm. So it's really, there's probably not a whole lot of difference in that area. Josh can speak to what's going on in 21E, but north of that arm of 21D up into the Caillou Flats, density does definitely increase pretty substantially up into that area, just because it's got a broader riparian habitat in that area.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I'm familiar with that portion. I was just curious because we just seen the one boundary, so, but that helps me, identify what's going on there.
Any other questions from board members? Everybody pretty clear if we decide to adopt this proposal, what exactly we would be doing? A good discussion then. How did the ACs weigh on this?
Mr. Chair, according to the sheet, I call it cheat sheet, it was Anchorage and McGrath were in support, and then there were, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 others that were on the opposed column, one of which was Gash, which in my opinion should be in the middle if you want to say on a 3-3 vote.
Thank you for that. Any further questions and comments, intent on this proposal? Member Brett.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna intend to vote for this. I think we've heard public testimony, and we've heard from the AC that was the authors of the proposal, that they're not willing to change that at this current time.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you. I don't see a, a Middle Yukon AC comment here, although I do see the Loudon tribe, which is a Galena group, opposed to it, so they're a user group there, so I'll be opposing it also.
Any further? Member Garner.
Yeah, I think the department clearly presented that the boundary delineates two separate moose populations with a different management structure for both, so I wouldn't be in support of moving the boundary.
Any other questions, comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call for the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 119. Mr. Barrett? No. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 120, change the boundary between Unit 25C Charlie and 25D Delta.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, department.
Proposal 120 seeks to change the boundary between units 25C and 25D. This was proposed by a member of the public, and the department recommendation is neutral. This map depicts the current 25D, 25C boundary along with the proposed change. The black line on this map depicts the current 25D, 25C boundary between the Birch Creek Bridge and the Steese Highway. On the Steese Highway to Circle. I might need some help here.
Mr. Chair, we might need a moment to reconnect to the Zoom here. It just dropped folks online.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good sign then that we can break. Should we break for lunch? All right, let's break for lunch, and let's try to be back here in an hour and 15 minutes.
So 1:15.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, Chairman, members of the board, let's try this again. I was one slide in. Do you want me to start from the beginning, or what's your will?
Yeah, if you don't mind, will you start from the beginning? Sorry to make you do it, but thanks.
And for the record, again, my name is Jason Sikoski, the Management Coordinator for Region 3. Proposal 120 seeks to change the boundary between Units 25C and 25D. This was proposed by a member of the public, and the department recommendation is neutral. This map depicts the current 25D, 25C boundary along with the proposed change. The black line on this map is the current 25D, 25C boundary between the Birch Creek Bridge on the Steese Highway and Circle. The proposed change is the red, white, and black segmented line which follows the highway itself from mile marker 147 to Circle. Mile marker 147 is the Birch Creek Bridge on the Steese. If adopted, the total area affected would be 5 square miles, of which Unit 25D would increase by 5 square miles and Unit 25C would decrease by 5 square miles. I'm not going to read this slide other than to say the top paragraph is the, it did it again. Oh, this calendar popped up now.
Should be, let me see. Still sharing the screen. Sorry.
Okay, appears we're back online. Again,
Recording in progress.
all right, as I stated earlier, this slide has 2 paragraphs. I'm not going to read them both, other than to mention that the top paragraph is how the current boundaries are described in regulation, and the bottom paragraph is how the language would look if this proposal was adopted, and the primary changes being they're outlined in yellow. The proponent's concerns are that hunters driving the road have a difficult time determining which GMU they are in between milepost 147 and Circle, and proposes a solution to make the road the boundary in this section where north of the road is Unit 25D and south of the road is Unit 25C. If adopted, there would be some changes to season, length, and bag limits for brown bear, moose, caribou, ptarmigan, and wolverine. However, these changes are biologically insignificant given the change would only occur in a 5 square mile area, and the department has no biological concerns associated with the proposal. Adoption could result in less hunter confusion. However, it's rare to use roads as boundaries, and drainages are more consistent with how the department collects and summarizes harvest data. Again, Proposal 120 seeks to change the boundary between Units 25C and 25D. It was proposed by the public, and the department recommendation is neutral.
Thanks for that, Jason. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Jason. Would it be a lot of trouble to either reprogram the way you enter data between the current boundary and the new boundary, as far as, how you process that compared to if we do adopt this proposal, you know what I'm saying? Because you said there are some changes on how you manage based on the current boundary. And so I was just kind of curious what kind of extra effort and any cost involved with the department to do this change.
Yeah, Member Loring through the chair. So both harvest effort and harvest data are collected at the subunit. And then given the description that hunters write on their harvest ticket, we then can parse those up into what we call UCUs, or Uniform Coding Units. And those UCUs follow drainages, smaller chunks of drainages within the larger subunit. There would be nothing, I think, that we could do that would change how that would be entered. If they wrote the correct unit, though, we would get the subunit correctly. I don't know that we could change how our system works. It's really a totally insignificant issue. To give you an example, 25D, the average moose density is somewhere between 0.25 and 0.4 moose per square mile. So you talk about 5 square mile area. At any given time, on average, there could be a moose in there. And then it would have to be a bull, and it'd have to be harvested. And so the air that would be associated with that in that little section, even if that harvest was assigned to something incorrectly, would be essentially meaningless. So that's why we basically we're not worried about, the UCU issue in this case.
Just a quick follow-up question. I'm not sure, I know this country houses 40-mile caribou. I'm not sure whether or not they get this far down on the backside and north side of the range. And I know that the Caribou Working Group for 40 Mile has changed some zones around a bit. Is that going to affect this at all, or is this completely outside of those zone changes?
So, Member Loring through the chair, it would not affect the zones. What it would technically do is remove 5 square miles out of zones 1 and 4, what we call zones 1 and 4. Technically, this one would be 4. There's basically never any caribou in this section during the fall hunt. There is potential, and we've seen caribou in that section of road crossing through there in the winter hunt. So I guess technically it would remove 5 square miles from zone 1 out of the 40-mile hunt, but in terms of administering the hunt or anything like that, it wouldn't have any effect.
And you're comfortable that if this change does go into effect, that you're not going to have any problem even with the caribou, winter caribou, as far as how you record that and how it's going to affect quotas and stuff? You're pretty comfortable that it would stay status quo?
Yeah, there'd be no change, because those are on a quota system by zone, and it's pretty insignificant that we know what UCU they're harvested in. So it wouldn't have any effect on 40-mile harvest or zones or quotas or any of that.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, and I think I know the answer to this, but just to be 100% positive, because I think I know the boundary lines. This wouldn't affect the TM 940 at all, would it?
Member Barrett, through the chair, no, it would not, because TM 940 is on the other side of Birch Creek, on the west side of Birch Creek down to where it enters the Yukon.
There's part of that Preacher Creek boundary downstream from Preacher Creek. Yeah, because Preacher Creek, you have to get into where Preacher Creek, the confluence of Preacher Creek and Birch Creek are, that's the line for the TM 940.
Yeah, that's correct. Like,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. This section would have nothing to do with TM 940. 'Cause
Just making sure.
It's north and west of this boundary.
Any other questions from board members? Part of me says that, this is, the proposer kind of came up with a solution to a problem. And then part of me says this might be more appropriate to take up at our interior, when 25's on the call in a couple of years. Whenever you're driving the East Highway up there, do you guys have like signs like we do when I'm driving home to Talkeetna, now entering 14A, now leaving 14B, all this, like, you have good signage on the road?
Mr. Chair, we do not have signs that I know of. Part of the problem is not necessarily the entry and the exit points. It's that the sliver of land between the highway and where the boundary is very small, very short distance. And this is kind of like rolling country, where the road follows like a ridge, but it's more of a rolling ridge. And so if you can imagine you're driving down the Steese and walk out to the left, it would be very hard to know when you were in one unit or another. It's not like you could set a basketball down and it'd roll, you know, it's obvious that all the water would roll one way or another. It's kind of convoluted, it's forested. So the entry and the exit points are less of the issue than knowing what unit you're in if you were to walk off the road to essentially the northwest.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I got a question to Captain Johnson. I'd like to know your perspective on this, if it helps you guys or not.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. I mean, it's kind of a unique area there. It's been a long time since I've been up there, but I mean, typically those unit boundaries obviously are drainage wise. I'll ask Fish and Game to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's pretty open country up there. And so that's one of those areas. Obviously, it's a highly traveled area where from an enforcement perspective, I think there's not going to be an issue with the road. It's actually probably easier. Again, it really depends on the terrain and the topography. But when you have a subunit boundary that close to a road that actually almost touches the road in some places, from our perspective, it's a non-issue. The road should work just fine.
Well, my 2 cents are I'm all for simplifying things. I think this proposal simplifies things. I think we got a really clear delineation there. The department doesn't have any problems with additional, take, all that stuff will be minimal. And right now I'm intending to support the proposal. Member Loring.
Thank you. I've listened to the department's answers also, and they answered my concerns. I'm not concerned anymore about some of the issues with the populations. I'm really familiar with that country. It's my backyard, Al's backyard. It's exactly as he described, Jason described as far as topography goes. And I really think for ease of everybody's knowledge of just where they're at, especially the folks that live out there, I think this is a good proposal. It's something I would really support. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Member Brett? Oh, he's gonna need a minute here. Any other, how did the ACs weigh out on this? Oh, Member Gardner.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that there's multiple ACs and multiple support for the proposal with no opposition, and seeing the insignificance in the 5 square mile change, I would be in support of the proposal.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, because it is in my backyard, I know a lot of people like to partake in ptarmigan hunting and grouse hunting up there. And so this would potentially reduce some opportunity, if I'm looking at this right. Because currently they have from 10 August to 30 April, and then it would go down to 10 August to 28 February. Or wait, here is 5, this is 25C. Yeah, 10 August to 28 February. And then there's a 5 per day for March to April.
Mr. Chairman, can I just get a clarification? Looks like grouse wouldn't change, but you're concerned about ptarmigan does have a change?
Yeah, because I like hunting ptarmigan up there. I mean, a lot of people hunting ptarmigan, but it looks like it's an advantage, I think, right now.
So you're for it?
If it's an advantage, yeah.
All right, we've had a pretty good discussion on this. We got a lot of intent on the record. Any further discussion? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call a question.
The question's been called.
Did you have an answer, Jason? before?
Member Barrett, through the chair, I'm reading it the same as you. It would be, I'm not going to use an advantage. The opportunity would be greater along the highway if the boundary was changed because more area would go into Unit 25D. D, yes.
Sufficient? Okay. I think the question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 120. Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Batesdell?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
All right, at this time, I'm going to have to recuse myself. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Vice Chairman, or now Chairman Hoffman, and then I'm going to appoint Member Barrett as Vice Chair.
Okay, Al, can you put 121 on the table?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt Proposal 121, divide Unit 15C into 2 subunits.
Second.
What did that represent? If you show me that ahead, what did he?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Basically, the same thing Vance is.
that?
This has been a manipulated proposal. Tyson, I just had a long time.
Okay, Cindy, whenever you're ready, go ahead. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Cindy Wardlow. I'm the Regional Supervisor for Region 2, South Central Alaska. With me at the table is Dr. Nick Fowler. He's one of our research biologists, and he'll be doing the presentation on Proposal 121.
Thank you. Through the chair. For the record, my name is Nick Fowler. I'm a research biologist based in Soldotna. The board can find a copy of this presentation in RC4 tab 7. Proposal 121 is a public proposal. The effect is to divide game management subunit 15C into 2 subunits, and the department's recommendation is neutral. To get started, we've provided a map of the Kenai Peninsula to orient the board. On the east side of the peninsula is GMU 07, and on the west side there are 3 subunits. In the north, 15A, in the middle between Tustamina and Skilac Lake, 15B, and in the south, 15C, which encompasses lands both north and south of Kachemak Bay. On this map, we have Unit 15C shaded in red. The proposal does not describe any changes to hunting, trapping, or waterfowl regulation. The current land area of 15C is about 2,500 square miles. If adopted, the resultant land area of 15C would be about 1,500 square miles, equivalent to a nearly 40% reduction in land area. The land area of proposed 15D, and I'm going to show you a map of that next, would be about 1,000 square miles, and it would be the 3rd smallest unit or subunit in Alaska. And once again, for comparison, with the next slide, here's a map of the Kenai to orient the board, followed by the highlighted portion representing the approximate location of such a regulatory change, showing the proposed subunit 15D in darker red than the remainder of subunit 15C. Though there are a few roads present in this area, it is not connected to the primary road network. The proposal seeks to identify this new subunit named 15D, consisting of those lands within subunit 15C, south of Kachemak Bay, Sheep Creek, and Dinglestad Glacier. For additional background, subunit 15C moose are identified as an intensive management population. It has a population objective of between 2,500 and 3,500 moose, with a harvest objective between 200 and 350. And outside of the Anchorage, Matsu, Kenai non-subsistence area, there are findings for amounts necessary for subsistence of 20 to 60 black bear, 5 to 6 moose, and 90% of the harvestable surplus of fur bears. Regulatory language exists presently, which delineates some lands south and subsequent regs south of Kachemak Bay in subunit 15C for some species. For example, in 5 AAC 99.015, there is a regulation which began in 2011, which alters the non-resident black bear bag limit from 3 to 1 south of Bradley River, Bradley Lake, and Kachemak Creek in subunit 15C. The area described in 5 AAC 99.015 is indicated on the map by the dark red shaded area, and again, that's the present regulatory language that exists. And we can compare that with the proposed area of subunit 15D, which would encompass the black shaded area along with the darker red shaded area. The land difference in these two shaded zones is approximately 100 square miles. This boundary is roughly consistent with the proximal uniform coding unit, which ADF&G uses to identify geographic areas of harvest and hunt boundaries for some species. For example, the department has discretionary authority to administer hunts and delineate individual hunt boundaries within present units and subunits, such as our drawing and registration goat hunts, which occur in subunit 15C, some of which would subsequently occur in 15D if the proposal were adopted. And as mentioned earlier, regulatory language is also currently present on the Kachemak Peninsula, delineating the Anchorage, Matsu, Kenai non-subsistence area, and subsequently the boundary of the TM 549 Tier 2 moose hunt on the south end of the Kachemak Peninsula. The proposal does not describe changes to any hunting, trapping, or waterfowl regulation. If adopted, the board may consider the mechanisms to establish subunit 15D regulations. Presently, trapping and waterfowl regulations do not delineate within subunits in Unit 15. And the board may also consider reevaluation of intensive management objectives for moose in subunit 15C. In conclusion, proposal 121 is a public proposal. The effect would be to divide game management unit subunit 15C into 2 subunits, and the department is neutral and unaware of difficulties in managing the existing unit 15C. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick and Cindy. Board, Member Wood?
If this proposal were to be adopted, what benefit would it be to the state in managing resources, or what benefit would inure to the benefit of the users?
We do not have any present concerns in our ability to manage subunit 15C. That's why I showed the example of how we also do sometimes delineate within a subunit using existing regulatory language. So effectively, we sort of have the ability to divide the lands north and south of Kachemak Bay if we were to find a reason to do so or a proposal that asked us to evaluate that.
Okay, 'cause I was looking at where the benefit would be gained to anybody, and the only thing I see is drawing lines differently. So I guess that's the reason for the question.
Commissioner?
Yeah, can you go back to that slide where you had a little black section of 15? Explain that to me again. So right now we have 15C as the entire area. The red area is going to be what's proposed for 15D. What's this black area?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry if I didn't explain that very well. The darker red is representing an area of land that we already have established regulatory language for, where the non-resident black bear bag limit is different from the mainland portion to the Kachemak Peninsula. The black area would be the additional land that, if this proposal were adopted, would now encompass 15D. So 15D would be the black and the red. And I was just trying to show the comparison that we have regulatory language to about a difference of 100 square miles that already exists and codified.
So if the board were to adopt this regulatory change, they would have to also change the regulations in the black area to mirror what's in the red area.
Through the chair, the proposal doesn't address any hunting, trapping, or waterfowl regulations, so the the mechanism for which all of these regulations would now get established in 15D would, I think, all be on the table.
And then one final question regarding our black bear, our bear regulations in the red area. Why were they different than the regulations in the light red area? Is there some biological reason for that, or some biological reason?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I went back and looked into this. It was in 2011, and I believe it was concerns over non-resident take via transporter on the Kachemak Peninsula.
Thank you.
Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As, going through the statement as far as what we wanted the board to address and why, the proposer doesn't really talk about, like I said, doesn't talk much about bag limits and seasons, just talks about ecological vegetation and other density distributions. And I don't see was there any difference between what's happening today than when we originally came up with subunit 15C back in the day? Nothing's really changed as far as any of those issues, and they weren't a concern to the department or other folks back then when the original 15C was broken down into two subunits or three subunits. I guess I don't see what she's talking about other than what occurs in nature, normally.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I went back and looked through all the old regulations. It was sometime in the 1970s when GMU 15 started to get subdivided into A, B, and C. As I mentioned, the department doesn't have concerns right now that can't be addressed. We haven't already addressed using regulatory language to delineate within this subunit. Thank you.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to find the comments Homer had made on it, because they just had general comments, and they're fairly close to this. But in their on-time comments, I couldn't find, proposal 121 in there. Do you recollect what the Homer AC's comments were on this proposal?
Unfortunately, I do not. We have 6 ACs and 2 offices, and we split those up among staff. I wasn't present at that meeting, I don't believe, when they voted on it. I believe they voted on the meeting before. I'm not sure if maybe Natalie or someone in board support could locate those.
Yeah, just to keep things going, what were the general comments that OSM had on it?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, OSM was neutral on the proposal. There would be no impact to federally qualified subsistence. I will point out that South Central Regional Advisory Council did submit a comment opposing it. It's, I believe, RC 11 in your stack.
Jim?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Brett. On page 3 of 8, under the Homer proposals on AC 16, they said they discussed but voted upon, and there seems to be no real reason for this.
Thank you.
Not voted upon, pardon.
Any other questions, intent? Anyone want to read the AC fallout? Support or not support? Member Gardner?
Yeah, oppose, numerous 5 ACs in oppose, 0 in support.
Call question, Mr. Chair.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Go ahead. Final action on proposal 121. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Gardner?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails at 0-6 with Chairman Fletcher recused.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 191, define the beginning and the terminus of the 9-mile trail in the Ladue Controlled Use Area.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, again, for the record, my name is Jason Sikoski, Management Coordinator for Region 3. Proposal 191 was submitted by the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. The intent of this proposal is to define in regulation the beginning, the terminus, as well as the extent of the 9-mile trail in regulation to clarify those originally adopted by the Board of Game in March 2008. Although the trail is currently authorized for use with access restrictions, specifying the beginning and terminus coordinates would create enforceable regulations, provide clarity to hunters, and improve compliance. The department supports this proposal as it clarifies the existing motorized restrictions within the Ladue River Control Use Area, which is already in regulation, and it would allow the Alaska Wildlife Troopers to effectively enforce those restrictions. The Upper Tanana 40-mile AC also supported this proposal. Current regulations identifies motorized access restrictions within the Ladue River Control Use Area. The area is closed to the use of any motorized land vehicle for hunting, including the transportation of hunters, their hunting gear, or parts of game from August 24th through September 20. However, this provision does not prohibit motorized land access or transportation of game on the 9-mile and Liberty Creek trails, the Alaska-Canada border, and the boundary cutoff of the Taylor Highway. If adopted, this proposal would expand upon the existing regulation by defining the 9-mile trail as a single primary ATV trail with beginning and end coordinates. It would also include no more than 20 feet of connected bypasses off the primary trail. In 2008, the Board of Game amended travel restrictions within the Ladue River Control Use Area to update and clarify access dates and designate trails for motorized land access. Motorized travel was limited to the trails currently listed in regulation, although the beginning and the terminus of these trails were not specifically defined in regulation. However, as you can see on the current slide, the department's presentation to the board included a map developed by ADF&G with input from the Upper Tanana Advisory Committee. It illustrated the locations of designated trails and allowed motorized access within the Ladue River Control Use Area. The proposal was adopted by the board at their March 2008 meeting with the intended configuration of the 9-mile trail as depicted on the map. In 2010, go back a slide. No, we're good. In 2010, the Board of Game reduced the size of the Ladue Control Use Area to exclude a portion in the northeast section near boundary. In recent years, the 9-mile trail has experienced an increase in traffic due to the reestablishment of a gold mining operation beyond the terminus depicted on the 2008 map. Although several signs have been placed at the terminus of the trail since 2008, in fall of 2023, it was discovered the sign was absent. The surge in traffic has expanded motorized access off and beyond the established trail, resulting in developed branches and continuation outside the originally intended route. In recent years, the Alaska Wildlife Troopers have received numerous complaints by moose hunters who adhere to the intended trail and who have witnessed new hunters violating the access regulations by proceeding past the terminus onto trail extensions. Although ADF&G remarked the 9-mile trail in 2024 with signs at the beginning and terminus of the trail at the coordinates as seen on this map, the absence of clearly defined delineations for the trail and regulations has made it difficult for the Alaska Wildlife Troopers to properly enforce travel restrictions in the Ladue Control Use Area. Proposal 191 was submitted by the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, and again, the intent is to more clearly define the trail. The department supports this proposal as well as the upper 10 40 mile AC.
Thanks for that, Jason. I have a question for you, Captain Johnson. We don't often see, proposals brought forth by the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. How does a proposal come into being? Does like a trooper tell a sergeant, listen, this is ridiculous, and the sergeant tells the lieutenant, man, this is ridiculous, and it finally gets to you and say, all right, we're going to come up with a proposal? How does that go?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I would say every proposal is probably different. I can only speak to this one because I wrote it, and I actually worked as a trooper in Tok, so at one point in the past, so I was already familiar with the area. It was communicated up that we had some problems in recent hunting seasons, as we had in the past when I worked in Tok many years ago. So it's recognized by myself and by our division that it's a longstanding problem in this area, at least 10 to 15 years. And Fish and Game has done their absolute best to put signs and stuff up in the area. And as stated in the presentation, it wasn't really an issue we're tackling before because there was so few people that access the area, but with the mine going in and the increased traffic on the trail and it being more user-friendly to go on the trail, it's an issue that's starting to get bigger and bigger every year. So we decided it was time to put a proposal into the board to try to address it before it got out of control.
Thanks for that, Captain Johnson. Questions from board members?
I would just assume a sergeant didn't find it ridiculous.
I guess if we're, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. The AC, that's experts in that area supported it. Anchorage also supported it, and Fairbanks deferred to the knowledge of the local AC, upper 10 and 40 mile AC. So I'll be in support of it also.
Yeah, the explanation from Captain Johnson definitely put the icing on the cake for me to support this. I fully intend to support this proposal. Any other, Member Loring?
Thank you. Having a little bit of experience with the law enforcement in the past, it's super important to have a designated route, easily followed by the public and by the troopers enforcing it. So this seems like it does solve that problem, and the best we can, and so I'll be supporting it also.
Any further discussions or comment? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 191. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 122, allow proxy hunting for plains bison statewide.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. There might be a minute or two to switch some personnel around, but we'll be ready whenever you guys are.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. My name is Darren Bruning. I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation. With me is Natalie Weber, our Regulations Program Coordinator. And this presentation can be found in RC4, Tab 8. I am presenting on Proposal 122, a proposal to allow proxy hunting for plains bison statewide. This is a department proposal, and the department supports this proposal. This proposal would allow Alaska residents to proxy hunt on behalf of other qualified Alaska residents for all plains bison hunts statewide. And The current regulations that pertain to proxy hunting for plains bison are found in 5 AAC 92011. And proxy hunting under this section is only allowed for caribou, deer, some moose, emperor geese, musk oxen in Tier 2 hunts, and plains bison in units 12, 19, and 20. Only residents are eligible for proxy hunting, and this applies to both the beneficiary and the proxy. To be eligible for proxy hunting, the beneficiary must be blind, 70% or greater physically disabled, 65 years of age or older, or be developmentally disabled. There is no trophy destruction required for plains bison under proxy hunting. The number of permits for plains bison are awarded based on annual surveys and are only awarded if there is a harvestable surplus. Harvest is controlled by the number of permits issued and by sex-specific harvest. Pardon me, I got lost here. Oh boy, I'm really getting in the wrong spot. Apologies for that technical glitch. This proposal seeks to allow proxy hunting for the Chitina herd in Unit 11 and the Copper River herd in Units 11 and 13D. If adopted, there would be consistency among the regulations regarding plains bison proxy hunting. All bison hunting is conducted by drawing permit, and the department has no expectation of conservation concern. Proposal 122 is a public proposal to allow proxy hunting for plains bison statewide, and the department supports this proposal.
Thanks for that, Darren. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we go back to the proxy hunting regulations and the criteria that allows somebody to be proxy hunted for? And explain those again to me, and also, who makes that determination? What does, if I come into the office to proxy hunt, or to request to be proxy hunted, is the person at the front desk making that determination on whether that person qualifies or not, or how does that work?
Through the chair, Member Loring, there is a mix. If a person comes into the office and it requests a proxy authorization and they are using the criteria that they are 65 years of age or older, then the department, looks at their driver's license and checks the correct box and sends them on their way. In the case of those other things, we do have a physician's affidavit form that we require in those instances. And the department is not the one who has set the need for that requirement. That is actually in statute.
Okay, so if somebody comes in and said they're 70% or greater physically disabled, they have all they do is just fill out an affidavit, or do they have to have some kind of a doctor's excuse, or is, I'm not getting sexist here, but like say a woman that's 8 months pregnant, is she physically disabled? I mean, who makes those decisions on something like that?
Through the chair, the physician's affidavit that I referred to is exactly that. The department makes no determination in that. The person who wants the proxy needs to come with us with the signature from someone, a doctor, someone who is able to make those determinations. The department in no way plays a part in that at all, other than making sure the required paperwork is present.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Member Brett.
So I think just to make it super clear, you know, and even in the proposal itself, the department explained that the board had passed proxy hunting for the interior, so they're wanting to, you know, lack of better terms, do housekeeping and make it unified through the other areas that we have bison in, and simply adding, I believe, 2 more units to the action that we took in Fairbanks.
Thanks for that clarification. Other comments from board members? Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's what I see also was just unifying this statewide for some action that we took on the major bison herds already, and just include some of these smaller herds that are out there. So I agree with Member Burnett on that description. Thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe to the department, have we, once we made those changes before to the ones in Fairbanks, have any problems arose or from that we know of?
Through the chair to Member Hoffman, I cannot comment on problems, but I can report there have been 6 proxy permits issued for Delta bison for the current hunting season.
Do you think, sorry, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to respond to Member Hoffman, our Region 3 supervisor indicated no issues have been, no problems have been reported.
Do we have a big jump in applications in the areas that proxies are allowed in compared to they aren't allowed in?
Chairman Fletcher, for bison, no.
Member Loring.
Do you remember, or can you help us on why we decided not to require trophy destruction for bison, for proxied animals? What the reason behind that was?
Through the chair to Member Loring, to the best of my knowledge, all I can say is it was discussed by the board, but I cannot comment on why a decision was made that way.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. One, it unifies the Plains Bison's proxy option, and 2, it adds an opportunity for those who normally probably couldn't go out and get a bison, but could proxy one and provide, you know, them with some meat and opportunity to receive that stuff.
Further discussion from board members, comments, intent? How did I'll talk about the ACs. The ACs were kind of split on this. We had like 5 in support or 4 in support and 5 in opposition.
6 and 4.
Oh, 4 and 6. Sorry about that. So they're kind of split here. There's some thought in their notes too. Any other questions from board members? My only concern to be, you know, maybe if we're going to allow proxy hunting to roll it out slow here and show a little discretion, see how it works in the populations that it's in right now, see if there are any unforeseen effects before we adopt it to all of them. But that's just my 2 cents. With that being said, if there's no further discussion, no further comments, we can probably be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 122. Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Bagel?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Brett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
No.
And Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Proposal carries by a vote of 4 yeas to 3 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 123, allow remuneration to be provided for proxy hunters, to proxy hunters.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 123 was submitted by the public, and it is asking to allow remuneration for proxy hunting, and the department is neutral on the proposal. So as we just heard a little bit, proxy hunting is allowed by statute for residents only, and both the proxy hunter and the beneficiary have to be Alaska residents. Proxy hunting is not allowed for all species, and even within the species, it is not allowed for all hunts. Antler destruction is required for both the hunter's animal and the one being proxied, and in many cases, there are also additional restrictions, such as the ability to only proxy hunt once per season or once per regulatory year. And this is all designed to prevent abuse of the system. To emphasize that, the statutes allow for a person to proxy hunt for only one other person at a time. Since the proxy statute was created, it has been designed to be a very specific tool and not be overly broad. So, you want to take a look at some of the proxy hunting has been in place since 1993. And to give you an idea of how many of these proxy authorizations the department issues every year, we have this handy table for you on the left. The proposal would allow persons to pay others to proxy hunt for them. And the current regulation says a person may not give or receive remuneration in order to obtain, grant, or influence the granting of a proxy authorization. The department is not aware of any instances where people have been unable to have someone proxy hunt for them because of this existing regulation. And based on other existing regulations, the department suspects little to no additional harvest would result if this proposal were adopted. If you take a look at the number of proxy authorizations issued on the right-hand column, you'll see a decrease, and that coincides with the reduced number of Nelchina permits that have been issued in recent years. To give you a little bit more background, this chart you're looking at here, there's a lot on it, and I apologize for that, but I wanted to give the board an idea of the number of proxies issued by year based on mailing address of the beneficiary, so you can get an idea for where this benefit is going. We have the larger populations of proxy authorizations grouped for you, and then all the smaller communities are added into that other category. So it's kind of all across the board. We do issue proxies all over the state. And with that, the proposal is asking to remove the regulation that prohibits remuneration for proxy hunting.
Hey, thank you very much for that explanation. Questions from board members? I expect probably a pretty healthy discussion on this. We had a lot of public comment about this, and we took a lot of, public testimony about this. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is for the Director, Deputy Director of Subsistence. Could you refresh us on bartering? The definition of bartering?
I can, if you would like through the chair, Member Barrett, I can, give me a half a second, and I'll pull up the statute so I can read it to you. Thank you.
Maybe somebody else has got a comment.
Yeah, I got barter right here, I think, a definition. Oh, or I can wait, whichever one you want. Barter means the exchange or trade of fish and game and other parts taken for subsistence users. Any other, and I guess I might as well throw this in there. Another interesting definition here is the one on customary trade that means the limited non-commercial exchange of minimal amounts of cash as restricted by appropriate board. Any other? Member Bachtel.
Yeah, and looking at this and reading back through the AC comments, there are 18 ACs opposed to this, and only 2 that are in favor.
Member Wood.
Where were you reading from just a moment ago on the cash?
The regulations, definitions, section of regulations.
And the second one you gave was the definition of what?
Customary trade.
Because I wasn't offended, because I don't get easily offended, but I really just, when I saw this proposal initially, I was wondering why we even addressing the issue, because old-time Alaskans, I know when we went into the villages off the road system with dog teams, we always brought fresh vegetables and fruits with us into the village so that they would not have otherwise had as easily access, et cetera. When we go in and use people's trails, we bring gas. It's just part of Alaska, and we have to define it in law. To me, is ridiculous, but I'll just vote no and go my way. And I'm glad you read that definition in, because at least somewhere someone recognized the practice.
Yeah, hit the nail on the head there as far as I go too. Commissioner?
Yeah, so I just want to provide a little background. I actually had an opportunity to meet with the people that proposed this, and they had a harvestable surplus of moose that wasn't being taken in the area. They had elders that were needing moose, and they were trying to have the native corporation out there, or a group of people working for the food pantry, basically go out and harvest moose that could then be donated to a food pantry and then distributed out. That's not per se proxy hunting per se, but you know, that's what the intent of their proposal was be able to pay their staff to go out and hunt moose, donate it to a food pantry, and then get that moose out for food security reasons in those local areas. I suggested to them alternatively, why don't you just have your employees proxy hunt for these individuals, but then, you know, there's no reimbursement going to it. So the intent of this was to ask the board whether they want to do it. I suggested they might do it legislatively also as another opportunity, because once you allow it in this area, then, for instance, if I'm in Anchorage and I want somebody to proxy hunt in El Chino for caribou, can I start paying them to go do that? There's a very slippery slope here moving forward, so.
Other discussion, Member Loring?
Thank you. Commissioner, can you tell me what area the proposers are living in, or what part of the country they're in? I don't see that in the
It's near the Bethel area.
Where's that?
Near the Bethel area, Southwest Alaska.
Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add a little context to that. So Bethel's about 60 miles from the lower Yukon, and that's the target moose that they want to utilize, since that population we're only taking a fraction of what we think we need to be taking as far as keeping the herd healthy. So they're just, the underlying issues, they're trying to figure out how to utilize that meat to a greater capacity.
Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like we heard quite a bit of testimony earlier about the excess number of moose and a lot of meat that's coming out of the lower Yukon that is not being utilized, not being accepted by the residents there. I'm not sure why we can't, somehow move some of that meat into the Bethel area and take care of some of these issues. But I mean, there's some logistical challenges there, but it seems like there's other opportunities to get meat to the folks that are eating it without going into, a commercial, hunting situation that this may lead to. Thank you.
Member Brett?
Yeah, my question is for Natalie and maybe the Division of Subsistence again. If I was to remove the word remuneration from it, would that just fall under customary trade and bartering for all positive findings of C&T and everything outside a non-subsistence area? Or would it be something unique if I amended the proposal to remove remuneration and specified no cash?
Why, thank you, Natalie. Through the chair, Member Barrett. Based on the definition of barter, meaning the exchange or trade of fish or game or their parts taken for subsistence uses or other fish or game or their parts, and that's barter. Trade means the limited non-commercial exchange for minimal amounts of cash as restricted by the appropriate board, meaning Board of Game, of fish or game resources. The terms of, I think it would be fitting under customary trade as it exists at this time. Do you have a different? Okay.
Did you have something, Cheryl? If not, the thing that I'm wrestling with here, where I think it's absolutely appropriate if we're talking about this in an area, like the Stosh described up in Bethel, but I don't know if it's appropriate if somebody, from Klawock can pay somebody's plane ticket to fly up to Anchorage to rent a car to drive out to take a bison. I mean, is that what we're talking? That's what we're talking that this would allow. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm going to give an answer and then someone else can correct me. Proxy hunting itself is not specifically tied to customary and traditional use. It is not applicable in only subsistence areas.
proxy hunting can occur on populations that are within a non-subsistence area. Proxy hunting can occur on every population as long as the board has said it's legal to proxy hunt that species in that hunt in that location and the people qualify. So the customary and traditional conversation is, of course, always applicable to the allocative discussions here, but you are correct, Mr. Chair. This could allow someone to pay someone else to proxy hunt bison for them.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I know probably right now it's already happening. It's already something that goes on as to help a proxy hunter maybe with some food or some gas or other help that way to allow it easier access or easier opportunity to proxy hunt for that person. But I think if we pass this proposal as is, it just eliminates all bounds. It's just everything's out there. And what you described and anything else, you know, there's just no limit on what can happen. And I just don't think we want to go there. I just think we should continue to allow the barter trade of gasoline or loan somebody a four-wheeler or maybe send them out on an airplane type, you know, help them out with something like that. But as far as actual remuneration, I have a real hard problem with that. So thank you.
Captain Johnson, do you have do you cite people for this regularly?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. No, we try to provide when it does come up, which it has, and probably what most likely led to this exact proposal. We try to provide education. I think I can speak a little more broadly that, you know, we from the enforcement side, we certainly understand the concern, but as members of the board have already pointed out, it is kind of a Pandora's box situation. At least as written right now with this proposal, there's really no way to carve out just that small part without opening it up to and to a wide open. And also point out, you know, I've heard a couple people say, you know, somebody could pay somebody to proxy hunt for them. It actually goes both ways. So on the flip side, somebody could essentially sell their ability to proxy hunt or so somebody gets a person gets a coveted draw permit and happens to qualify for whatever reason for a proxy authorization, they could sell the right essentially to proxy hunt for them. So it goes both ways. It's not just a one-way street.
And I'd assume is in regards to this, you know, the situation that Member Wood painted out of, you know, old time Alaska. I imagine that the trooper has a great deal of discretion whenever they're approaching a situation like that.
Correct, and I think the circumstances that I overheard mentioned, that's not necessarily tied to proxy at all. So no, I mean we do that ourselves when we travel to small communities and villages. It's you know, bringing food or offering gas for using people's, you know, private trails and stuff that's a totally separate issue. That wouldn't even fall under proxy stuff.
Commissioner.
Yeah, the other thing that was discussed in my meeting with the individuals that submitted this was that they wanted they wanted to find somebody that was eligible for proxy hunt, but the person eligible for the proxy hunt wouldn't receive that animal. It would go into a food bank and they would receive maybe some portion of it, but the rest of the community would receive it, which really kind of complicates the whole question of the proxy hunt, because right now the proxy hunter and the proxy itself is defined as getting that resource back, not donating it back into a food pantry. So there's a lot of issues that are underlying this one.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just bringing that up, removing the word remuneration. There was at least one AC that had asked for an amendment, and I think at least 2 or 3, maybe more testifiers had said, you know, let's remove the cash value of it, but allow, you know, the ammo gas thing. So I was just making sure that their voices were heard at the board during deliberations.
George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Subject matter I can't speak on. I wrote a white paper on this when I was working for the department as liaison to the federal government. Just a word of caution, the word commerce is brought up here and there. There are different definitions, anywhere from $1 million to $10 million as the word of commerce. And if you are going to set limits here, be extremely clear, because if you say no cash, well, what about gold? What about charge cards? What about The list goes on and on and on. And I also went through 10 meetings on this with all agencies in Alaska on customary trade of bear clause. So there are, be very specific with your, my advice is be very specific with your definitions if you are going to approve this and make a very, very clear sideboards to prevent abuse of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that advice. You know, that being said, and my thoughts on this are, you know, I realize there are a lot of merit to this. You know, there was a lot of public testimony about it. But right now, I don't think that we're in a position, you know, agreeing with Member Loring that we're, you know, we should, you know, adopt this proposal and you know, right now at this time, I'm not gonna support it. Any other board members? Member Garner.
Yeah, just thoughts. It sounds like we're in a bit of a threshold, right? Those that are going to abuse it to the level. Obviously, we do trade within the state, and I think law enforcement is kind of at their discretion. There's a threshold of where this is an abuse. It has to be managed that way because of our traditions and how we exchange. So altering it to any type of identified monetary means, I think we're better off leaving it at that discretionary threshold.
You made that sound a lot better than I did. Any other questions from board members? Comments? Member Loring?
Thank you. I'm really happy with the current regulation that's in place, and I'd like to see that maintain status quo. So I'll be opposing this. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, we might be ready for the question on this.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 123. Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 88, add wood bison to the list of game species allowed to be taken for cultural purposes under a permit issued by the Department of Fish and Game.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Good afternoon again, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. My name is Darren Bruning, Deputy Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation. This presentation can be found in RC4 Tab 3. I am presenting Proposal 88, a public proposal to add wood bison to the species that may be taken for cultural purposes, and the department is neutral on this proposal. The proposal would add wood bison to the list of game that can be taken by permit and used for teaching and preservation of historic or traditional Alaskan cultural practices, knowledge, and values. The current regulations that pertain to take and use of game for cultural purposes are found in 5 AAC 92034. On this slide is the list of species currently allowed for take and use under a cultural education permit. Game species that are not allowed for take under a cultural education permit include black bear, brown bear, wolf, wolverine, elk, and bison. A cultural education permit requires the use of a systematic program for harvest of game that provides for persons to engage in activities that emphasize traditional Alaskan cultural practices, knowledge, and values. Next, I'll review the main terms and restrictions of a cultural education permit, but the full cultural education program permit procedures and policy are in RC 13. The main conditions of a cultural education program permit include that all individuals or groups are eligible. It requires instructors, minimum student attendance, subject matter, and standards for course completion, and that the permits are issued for cultural education, not nutritional purposes. The number of permits issued are based on harvestable surplus and the department's discretion. No permit will be issued when the taking of game will result in a significant reallocation or reduction of other opportunities for harvest, or when harvests can reasonably be accommodated under existing regulations. Other pertinent points related to adding wood bison to species that may be taken for cultural education include: there is no customary and traditional use finding for wood bison. This is found in 5 AAC 99025. There are no existing seasons or bag limits for wood bison. And wood bison have not been harvested in Alaska since roughly statehood, or a little over 100 years. One motivation for wood bison restoration in Alaska is the species' historical presence. A specific goal of the 2013 environmental assessment that guides wood bison restoration in Alaska is reestablishing the historical connection between bison and the people of Alaska. The wood bison planning teams have shown interest in reestablishing cultural connections to wood bison through education. This permit may provide that opportunity and has the potential to bring many individuals and interest groups together for a single hunt. Proposal 88 is a public proposal to add wood bison to the species that may be taken for cultural purposes, and the department is neutral on this proposal.
Thanks for that. Commissioner?
Yeah, I probably missed this when I was reviewing the staff report, but I just want to add in that wood bison are an ESA listed species, but they're non-essential experimental. That means that the population in Alaska is considered experimental to the threatened species of wood bison in Canada, and they're non-essential to that population. So there's a lot of discretion that the board has in how they're dealing with those animals, even though there's take is allowed for these animals, unlike most Endangered Species Act species that are out there. So, you know, it is possible to take one of these animals if it's in the way of resource development, or take one of these animals for cultural purposes, because in the large picture, they're non-essential to the recovery of these species in Canada.
Thanks for that clarification. Member Wood?
More of my own curiosity, Commissioner, how often do you get a request to issue permits for cultural purposes?
Through the chair, Member Wood, routinely, often, very, very often, for a variety of species.
I guess I got a quick question, if I can, before you, Dave. You know, under 93050, the grant of bison and muskox into private ownership, you know, the department through the commissioner can do this, and it just says bison. It doesn't speak of wood bison. Does that statute pertain to wood bison as well? Are you familiar with that one? Yeah, it just says, you know, the department through the commissioner will in its discretion determine whether a surplus exists in the herd of bison or musk oxen and can transfer that into private ownership. Yes, Sheriff.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think that's referring to animals that can be domestically raised under a DNR permit. There are certain bison, reindeer, and muskox that can be raised under a DNR permit. I believe that that's what that's referring to. So, for example, you can't raise moose domestically.
So the fact that it just says bison, wood bison would automatically be excluded instead of stating plains bison, or would it pertain to all bison in Alaska? Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To further complicate things, I'm just going to go out and say that that regulation was adopted by the department when wood bison weren't even on the table. It was when they were not being discussed. At the time, we only had plains bison. So all of the board regulations you'll see are applicable to bison. Lately, as the wood bison restoration project has been unfolding, when the board encounters their regulations that address bison, they have been clarifying the difference between wood bison and plains bison. But the particular one that you're mentioning is we call them commissioners' regulations. They're adopted by the department outside of this board process. And at the time, it was written specifically for plains bison because wood bison were not part of the equation.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, you'll note that that's in Chapter 93 rather than 92 or 99.
Roger that, yep.
Okay.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe a question for subsistence or for Natalie. Where in the pendulum, where in the pyramid, after we get a sustainable harvest or a sustainable number of bison that we feel we have a surplus, how does this set up? So first, the most important use I would suspect would be for potlatch or for that type of thing, and then after that it would be for subsistence, and after that it would be for say resident general hunting, and after that would be for non-residents. Where would this cultural purposes fit in that pyramid of uses? Can you help me with that? I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out when would they expect to be able to have access to a cultural bison in this scheme of things?
Through the chair, Member Loring, you know, that's a great question. The intent is to build that harvestable surplus, right? I don't anticipate cultural ed permits to be available for a long time until we're at a level that we could provide other opportunity beyond the cultural education permits, which is very consistent with all the other species that we have. I guess I'll leave it at that, and if we need to go further, we can.
Member Brett.
Yeah, and I would just like to add to it that this proposal of adding it to the cultural education permit has nothing directly to do with subsistence. And any group or people can apply for it. It's just not, related to a rural, urban people do it. I've seen it in the newspaper. Wasilla was, I think, the last one or something. I seen the Haynes High School get a cultural permit, and they, got a moose and were able to have the class take it apart and help preserve that moose. So, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with subsistence. We're not going down that road. It's just an opportunity at some time in the future that groups of people can apply for a cultural educational permit.
Other board members? Member Garner.
Yeah, just, my thoughts are, it's just timing. Should it be allowed for cultural purposes, the take? I think yes. But obviously, getting the herd stable and having a surplus to allow that is kind of where we're at. So I think the proposal is just a little too early.
Thanks for that. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make a similar statement. I think in this case, we're putting the cart before the bison. Because I would love to have this discussion, and I hope we get to. But if we authorize this now, we're sending out false, to me, we could be jinxing ourselves, that type of thing. But I would love to have this discussion, and I look forward to having it. But I don't think that it's going to be needed to be taken care of at this time.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I would also remind the board that, and I think we're focused on Mento bison. We have another wood bison herd, the lower Anoka herd, and potentially they could get there a lot quicker than the Mento herd, and they have a management plan in place, so where the Mento herd hasn't covered that threshold yet. So, several good springs, lower Anoka could be right into that category where the department may think about issuing a cultural educational permit.
Thank you for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the cultural educational permit is a little bit higher, in the scheme of things, as far as after we get a sustainable population where we can start allowing harvest, I think we're a little bit early on that. It might be a few years, it might be 10 years, but when that time comes, you're not gonna be that's not gonna be the first permit that's issued for harvest. It'll be down the line a bit, so we can definitely address that, and I see no reason why it shouldn't be granted, but not quite yet.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of public comment about, and public testimony about, getting this in place and getting it ready. I still think with the way this herd and hopefully will grow, even if we can address this in a couple years, we'll still be ahead of that curve. So, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just add to the record that 9 ACs were in support of it, 4 that were against it. I'm going to support this proposal, and I'm going to save a future board meeting one less proposal.
Other board members' comments? Concerns, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 88. Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal carries by a vote of 4 yeas to 3 nays.
Mr. Chairman, we have about a 5 or 10 minute bio break here.
Sure thing. Sounds good. 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 124, define the term permanent dwelling to permanent domicile for the purpose of bear baiting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 124 was submitted by the public, and it asks to change permanent dwelling to permanent domicile for the purposes of the bear baiting regulation, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Just to orient the board a little bit regarding how many people register bait sites and how many bait sites are registered and where, all that good jazz. The table on the left has the last 10 years of bear bait, the number of bait sites registered across the state annually. So that table shows the number of bait sites registered each year for the last 10 years. And keep in mind that hunters can register 2 bait sites per year, but can also move them, and some do. Guides can also register more than 2 bait sites per guide use area, and not every site registered actually gets bait placed at it. So the numbers you're looking at include all of those sites that were maybe closed and then moved somewhere else, or those guides that register more than 2 sites a year. So that's the maximum number of bait sites issued over the last 10 years. And the chart on the left, I think that's left, is to give you an idea of how many bait sites are registered by region. Region 1 is Southeast Alaska, and it's the blue slice located near 12 o'clock. Region 2 is South Central, so the Kenai, Prince William Sound. It's the tan slice located to the right of Region 1 on this chart. Region 3, Interior Alaska and Northeast Arctic, is shown in green. Region 4, Central and Southwest Alaska, is shown in dark blue. And Region 5, you can barely see it. It's that itty-bitty tiny little sliver shown between the dark blue and blue slices on the chart at the very top. Data from 2024 was not included because the majority of bait sites for the regulatory year are registered in the spring, and that hasn't happened yet this year. So here we are, Proposal 124. The language highlighted in yellow is what the proposal is asking to change. It's asking to change from permanent dwelling to permanent domicile. Sure it is. All right. In statute, the definition of domicile means the true and permanent home of a person from which the person has no present intention of moving and to which the person intends to return whenever the person is away. Domicile may be proved by presenting evidence acceptable to the boards of fisheries and games. So you get to pick what counts as evidence of that domicile. All right, so the current regulation is applicable to the structure. There's no reference to the duration of occupancy, no reference to intent to return to the structure, and applies to seasonally occupied cabins as written. The proposed change is applicable to the use of the structure, and it requires it to be where someone lives full-time. The intent of the current regulation was to apply to the structure itself. Had the board intended to exempt seasonally occupied cabins from the 1 mile restriction, the regulation would have read permanently occupied dwellings, or would have used the word domicile and relied on the definition in statute. So the change could also create some new confusion in the regulations. What if a permanent domicile is not fixed in place, such as a mobile home, camper, yurt, or anything else like that? Many homes in Alaska consist of structures not permanently fixed in place, and they are places where individuals reside year-round or even on a seasonal basis, so using the phrase permanent domicile may also be problematic. And if the board is concerned that leaving it as is means a person can bait within 1 mile of those things, mobile homes, campers, you name it, keep in mind the rest of the bear baiting restrictions say that bait cannot be placed within 1/4 mile of a publicly maintained road, trail, or railroad, 1 mile of a business, school, developed campground, or developed recreational facility. So there's already some protection for those not permanent domiciles in the existing regulation. So lastly, if the board adopts this proposal, it could create some confusion within the regulation itself, specifically the I in gold or yellow text on the screen in front of you. So the last half of I addresses cabins that are on the opposite side of major river systems that are within 1 mile of bait stations. So if the board adopts this proposal without addressing that component, we will be trading one piece of confusion for another. So with that, Proposal 124 is asking to change permanent dwelling to permanent domicile. It was submitted by the public, and the department is neutral on the proposal.
I have one quick question for you. Can a person's permanent domicile be on a boat too?
And Mr. Chair, Captain Johnson, troopers for the record, got indicated to me, yes, under the current definition, it could be. And they're absolutely residents of Alaska that is their permanent domicile.
Thanks for that, Member Loring.
It goes a lot further than that, I think. I think permanent domicile and is a tent. Look at all the homeless folks that are around here. That's their permanent domicile. You need a search warrant to go in to search it. And a car could be one, a truck with a camper, anything like that could be somebody's permanent domicile. So it's a really opens up a pretty big area of what domicile is.
Member Wood.
Try something a little different here and see if I can't move things along more quickly, because I think this wildlife trooper's comments says everything that needs to be said about the issue and go no further. And I'll just read from it. The use of dwelling instead of domicile in this regulation was intentional. Domicile refers to a person's primary place of residence. In the context of this regulation, the intent is to reduce the likelihood of bear bait sites attracting bears near places where people live, congregate, recreate, or otherwise spend significant amounts of time in a fixed location. If this change were to occur and dwelling would change the domicile, a bear bait station would be allowed to be established within 1 mile of a church, because a church is not a house, a school, a business, or a campground. I think that says it all, and I really hope that we can move along and vote and get to the next issue.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that seems pretty clear what Member Wood was talking about, but being familiar with bear baiting and bear baiters and, you know, the rumor mill, you know, there's been a lot of angst, probably at least a couple times a year, a couple incidences every year, where somebody goes out, puts a bear bait out, they're a mile from the road, they're not by any houses or dwellings that they know of, and they establish a bear bait. And, you know, reluctantly, and I haven't done it myself, had walked a mile perimeter all the way around my bear bait and all in between all there to make sure there wasn't a squatter's cabin, an abandoned cabin, somebody's moose camp that gets used seasonally, you know, a church camp that was abandoned, but there's buildings there, but nobody has occupied it for, you know, many years. You know, all these are all true incidences where, you know, troopers have either cited or had to give education to a bear baiter about this regulation. So it doesn't come, you know, off the cuff, you know, from the proposer. It's a real live issue on bear baiting, and maybe even the captain can comment a little bit on that too.
Yeah, thank you to the chair, Member Brett. I actually, in anticipation of this, pulled some everybody's favorite statistics. I ran a 10-year search of any violations that we had recorded that fell under 5 AAC 92044B5, which are the segments we're dealing with. The search range was from January 1, 2015 until 12/31/24, so approximately 10 years. 140 total incidents. Of those, 104, so 104 out of 140 were closed with some type of an enforcement action. So that's an average of 10.4 a year. This is the distribution of those. Those that were too close to a full-time residence was 46. Those that were too close to a seasonal structure was 26. Roads or highways, so the quarter-mile setback was 19, and a recreational facility or an established maintained trail was 13. So that was the breakdown over 10 years of enforcement action. 46 to a identified full-time would meet the definition of a permanent domicile. 26 were seasonal. Roads and highways was 19, and then 13 were recreational facility trail. On the other side of the coin, the ones that were given warnings or no full enforcement action was taken. Those were, sorry, I have to scroll down here a little bit. Oh, I lost my spot. My apologies. The distribution was about the same. I believe it was two full-time residences. It was a handful of trails, Most of them were roads and highways, and a couple of them were seasonal structures. And I'll also note, several of the violations, particularly in the last 4 years here that I looked, were within 1 mile of more than one full-time dwelling. That became more and more prominent. In 2020, there was 2 of note. One mentioned the trooper mentioned that the site was within 1 mile of 6 residences. The other one, it mentioned it was within 1 mile of 7 residences. In 2023, there was one, takes the record. Maybe the trooper was being a little, I don't know, but he wrote it in his report. He said the bait was within 1 mile of 60 full-time residences.
That guy got a ticket. Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, I've always been curious of this. What's the difference between a house and a cabin? Oh, I just see it in the regulation. I was just curious.
I'm resisting a joke, but as I just said, I had a good one. Any other discussion from board members here? I'm kind of leaning toward what Member Wood said. I think that we can spend a tremendous amount of time here and maybe end up with a worse product than we have, to be quite honest. I don't know if there's some sort of, magic scenario where we can fix every, issue. And I don't know, I would like to, of course, if somebody has a proposal to do that or an idea to do that, I'd love to hear it, but I'm just putting my 2 cents in. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were 5 ACs that were in support of it, 7 that weren't. And again, talking with people over the years of this problem or situations, and and hearing public testimony, I've heard probably equally both ways, where people were supporting this and people were against it. I haven't been able to find something that would be clear and definitive that would solve each individual situations. I really rely on the discretion of AWT, wildlife troopers, and getting to know them over these years. It seems, they have a really good, seasonal, troopers out there that can maybe recognize, an old abandoned cabin versus something that, has got nice windows and drapes and, people visit it occasionally or seasonally. With that being said, that doesn't always happen neither. And, I would probably build a record that, the captain goes back to the forces and, and say, we just look at some of this stuff, because there's always 3 sides to a story that I hear. So I'm inclined not to support this neither, because I don't have good substitute language for it.
Further discussion, comments from board members, intent from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call a question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that, Christie. We pull the board.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 124. Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Mr. Bagestell.
No.
Mr. Garner.
No.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Loring.
No.
Mr. Brett.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Before we put the next proposal on the table, this was moved from the South Central meeting to this statewide meeting. It was not put on the, it wasn't brought up and it wasn't amended to statewide. It still has Unit 15 and Unit 7 in there. I'm a guide in Unit 15, and I hunt down there. I hunt bear. The extension of that, the season that got adopted during that had affected the fall season, which, I haven't, yet, but I might take advantage of. So at this point, I'm going to recuse myself from Proposal 125. I'm going to hand the gavel off to Vice Chair Hoffman, and appoint Member Barrett, or the Member Barrett Vice Chair. But at a point in time that this proposal got amended to be statewide, I would rejoin the group.
Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt Proposal 125, define development recreational facility and permanent dwelling for bear baiting units in 15 and 17, or 15 and 7, excuse me.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we just heard, this proposal was deferred to this meeting and not amended, so it is applicable only to Units 7 and 15. The proposal is asking to define a developed recreational facility and permanent dwelling. The department is neutral on the proposal, and it was submitted by the public. I'd also like to point out that the board did just address permanent dwelling in Proposal 124, so just something to keep in mind as you consider this one as well. So you just saw this information also. This proposal would create a different definition for permanent dwelling than the one we just previously addressed. So in that instance, it is different from the previous proposal. And it also would ask to create a definition for developed recreational facility. So on this slide is the language that the proposal is asking for in terms of creating a definition for developed recreational facility. And that would be a state-maintained multi-use area that provides services for shooting, launching of watercraft, or camping. It also must include signage and buildings that are regularly maintained for the purpose of recreation. So as you ponder this, some things to keep in mind. What about federally maintained multi-use areas? Plenty of bear baiting on refuges occurs in the state. And what about privately owned campgrounds? Those are not included in this proposed definition of recreational facility. The current intent of the regulation is to separate bear bait sites from other activities to prevent negative non-hunter bear interactions. And many developed recreation facilities are not state-maintained, such as various ski club facilities and trails and other recreational areas. Now, there is a statutory definition of developed facility. This one is in DNR regulations, and it is that a developed facility includes a building, boat ramp, campground, picnic area, rest area, visitor information center, swim beach, trailhead, parking area, and developed ski area, and does not include trails or latrines more than 1/4 mile from a road. But it is important to note that this definition does not include trails or permanent structures such as latrines that are more than 1/4 mile from a road, so there could be some conflict with the existing regulations found in the rest of the board's regulation. Specifically, if this definition of developed facility specifically excludes trails and latrines more than 1/4 mile from the road, what should the bear baiter follow? This one says the trail is not a developed facility, so they can place bait close to it, or the existing board regulation says they cannot place bait within 1/4 mile of a trail. So in practicality, I would argue that I'm not within 1/4 mile of trail. I'd argue that I'm more than a mile from the road, so the other trail restriction in 92044 doesn't count, and I can place bait on that trail. Right now, the presence of a latrine wouldn't count as a developed recreational facility because there is some kind of development present, so bait can't be placed within 1 mile of it. So there's a definition we could borrow from DNR, but it likely wouldn't quite suffice for what we need. But we want to offer it as an example of another definition for the same term. Permanent dwelling, I'll cover this one again. We did just go over it in the last proposal, and the intent of the existing regulation is that the structure is what is permanent and is not applicable to the period of occupancy. So there are numerous remote cabins that are occupied for less than 30 days a year, and this is due to numerous things such as travel conditions. Sometimes life happens and people can't spend 30 days at their cabin. Also, how's the bear baiter supposed to know if the cabin is occupied for a minimum of 30 days a year? Well, the cabin owners have to be required to leave a tally on their door and the date they were there, so enforcement of the definition could be problematic or at the very least interesting. So here we have the proposed definition of developed recreational facility, which is a state-maintained multi-use area that provides services for shooting, launching of watercraft, or camping, it must include signage and buildings that are regularly maintained for the purpose of recreation. And the proposed definition of permanent dwelling in this proposal is a structure permanently fixed in place and legally owned by the public or a private individual and occupied for a minimum of 30 days per year. And I would like to point out that this proposal is written is applicable only to units 7 and 15. And when it comes to defining terms for activities such as this, the department and enforcement really prefer it to be applicable statewide. That way the users have a chance of being in compliance with the regulations as adopted by the board. And with that, we have proposal 125, which is to define developed recreational facility and permanent dwelling only in units 7 and 15. The proposal was submitted by the public and the department is neutral.
Thank you, Natalie. Before we take questions, can we get an amendment? Go ahead, Mr. Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming that when the board did defer this to the statewide meeting, their intent was to make it statewide. So with that, I'd amend proposal 125 to not apply to 715, but to apply statewide.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent. Looks like we have it. And Member Fletcher can return.
Before we get started here, any board members have questions why I left out in the audience and I returned? Okay. If not, questions from board members? Comments from board members? What do you think, Jake?
There's a lot of discretion, once again, in one of these proposals. And I'd actually like to hear a little bit from enforcement about your comments to the proposal.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Fletcher, thank you. I think the comments that we had for the dwelling versus primary residence still kind of stand. I think dwelling is indeed not defined in regulation currently. I think Natalie and I both searched quite exhaustively for it and came up empty. I actually went beyond that and kind of searched the internet to see if there was anything out there that would fit what I put in our comments as a possible definition if the board really wanted to come up with a definition for the term dwelling. The best one I found was quote, a structure or part of a structure that is used as a home, residence, place of regular gathering, or sleeping unit. And that was, I believe, out of the state of Colorado, like housing authority. So kind of referring to apartments. It was pretty hard to find anything that would really fit our needs in Alaska. And even that one I would honestly offer is not perfect to one of the board members stated we have folks that absolutely live in tents and other things, and that wouldn't meet the definition of a structure, I don't believe. I mean, that would be open to interpretation. I think the department put out some pretty good information as far as the problems with the suggested definition of developed recreational facility. It leaves out a lot of places that absolutely, I think we feel should qualify, and I think was the original intent of this. But again, I think from the enforcement standpoint, we do use our discretion a lot, as a couple people mentioned. I hear the same rumors about people getting cited for baiting too close to an outhouse or whatever. I can only go by the cases I'm directly aware of and what our statistics show. And at least in 10 years, there was nothing about an outhouse or anything like that mentioned. Certainly we get complaints that we investigate that don't go anywhere. So that's why when I gave those numbers before, there was some missing numbers there because of the non-enforcement stuff. Several of those were non-issues where we got a call, we investigated it, and there was no issue present at all. The few numbers I gave where we gave warnings were where a trooper determined, yes, the person was technically by the letter of the law too close, but they may have been, on a quarter-mile setback, they may have been 0.24 miles versus 0.25. So they used their discretion and just issued a warning. One I saw that was interesting and of note, the trooper had cited the baiter the year before for another violation, but had not pointed out to the person that they were in fact too close to a trail. When the trooper discovered that the next year, he did the right thing and didn't cite the person because he made the error in not educating him the year before. So he gave education, marked it as a warning, and carried on. So as an example, we do use our discretion, and then we have supervisors and stuff that review this stuff to make sure that if you do have somebody who's maybe a little more on the ragged edge, that we can kind of pull them back and to Member Barrett's suggestion, provide them some education and make sure that we're using that discretion appropriately.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do know of an instance that went to litigation in the Fairbanks area where a bear baiter was cited. He was cited by, I believe, a DNR park ranger that he was too close, and he called it a developed facility, and it was a trash can. And so, there's interpretations of what that definition of developed facility was, and in that case, it was a trash can. I don't know how that ended up. I can't remember anymore. It was a while back. But I've seen proposals to define what a developed facility is, and that was the basis for that proposal. So, yeah, it's really not all cut and dry. I always get concerned about people getting cited too close to a trail. We haven't defined what a trail is. They say publicly maintained. Well, if I cut my trapline trail and I bear bait on it, I'm the public. I publicly maintain that trail. How do I get a quarter mile from that trail? Because I've got to cut another trail to get a quarter mile from it. And so it's hard to make a cookie cutter regulation that fits all circumstances. And as much as I'd like to try to do something, I think we just, with the Department of Enforcement, being able to talk to more bear baiters and maybe be a little more on the educational side, except for, the definite no-brainers, that could go a long way also.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo Member Barrett's comments. There's so many different scenarios out there in so many different areas that a bear baiter has to deal with, and I really defer to the troopers to use their discretion in each and every one of them. And I think they do, and Captain Johnson's stats that he gave us on the prior proposal show that there are quite a few warnings given in those situations where they're deemed necessary. And then citations also given in those situations where they're deemed necessary. So I think we need to give the enforcement folks, the benefit of the doubt, let them use their discretion. I'm sure that the supervisors are telling their line officers that that's the way to go. And, you make more friends with honey than you do the other way. And you benefit from those folks, in the benefit of the doubt, getting the warning and not the citation, and it goes a lot further. So I'd like to just keep this the same way, status quo with the current regulation.
Any further comments? Member Brett.
Yeah, just one more thing to build a record. Proposals like this that come before us, they come before us with some merit. Something happened for an individual to go through the effort of, submitting proposals like this, unlike or no different than, where the troopers get into a situation where they can't do something. There's an incident that triggers them to submit a proposal to the board. So, there is merit behind the proposer, I'm sure. I'm just guessing. There was some sort of situation that drove him or her to, submit a proposal like this to the board.
Further discussion? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call a question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 125 as amended. Mr. Batesville.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Brett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
And Mr. Garner?
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 126, allow the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers statewide.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 126 was submitted by the public. The department supports the proposal, and it's asking to allow the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers. Here we have the existing regulation. The changes in yellow are the two places in regulation that I want to draw your attention to. Electronically enhanced night vision optics amplify visible light, and FLIR detects infrared radiation emitted from a heat source to create a picture. FLIRs in particular make it possible to detect the heat of animals against cooler backgrounds. In 2016, the board adopted a regulation which prohibited the use of FLIRs for taking game. Prior to 2016, only night vision scopes were prohibited. At the March 2024 board meeting in Fairbanks, the board adopted a proposal to allow the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for the take of fur bearers in that region. If the board adopts this proposal, this is what the regulation will look like. The units will be removed from those sections E and F, and the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices will be allowed for taking fur bearers statewide. Also a reminder, this is limited to fur bearers only. That does mean it will be limited to use by those with a trapping license and only during an open trapping season. So the proposal is asking to allow the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers statewide. It will align regulations statewide, which will reduce confusion for trappers. While the department is neutral on methods and means, it's very supportive of the proposal to simplify regulations. And no doubt you're looking ahead to the roadmap. There are 4 proposals that appear to address this similar issue. 126 makes the interior region changes applicable statewide. So everything that's allowed in that interior region, if the board adopts this proposal, will be allowed statewide. Proposal 127, in contrast, allows the use only of night vision goggles, infrared devices, and allows the use within a date range. And there are fur bearer seasons outside of that proposed date range. Proposal 128 allows only night vision goggles and thermal optics, so it provides some inconsistent language. You'd see in the department comments that we recommended it be amended to the language in Proposal 126. It's also important to note that proposals 126, 127, and 128 allow uses for fur bearers only, so trapping only. In contrast, Proposal 187 allows for laser sights, which are currently prohibited statewide for everything. It also asks for electronically enhanced night vision and for predators, not fur bearers. So this would make their use legal for fur bearers and predators, and the board would need to define predators. So that's kind of the suite of proposals that we're looking at. And again, we have Proposal 126 on the table to allow the use of electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers, which would align the regulations statewide with the recent changes that came out of the March 2024 Fairbanks meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Member Wood.
Thank you. You talk fast, which I appreciate, by the way. But you made reference to predators, and I don't see that in any of the 3 proposals. And the reason I ask that is, all 3 of them are pretty darn close to each other with few minor exceptions, and I want to settle on which one's the best.
Through the chair, I mentioned predators in context of Proposal 187, which speaks specifically to predators. That's why I mentioned it here. You're correct, 126, 127, and 128 are fur bearers only.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you. A question to Natalie. Can you delineate the difference between fur animals and fur bearers? And does one apply to taken with a trapping license and with the hunting license? And what's the difference there? Can you help with that?
Absolutely, through the chair, Member Loring. Fur bearers can be taken under a trapping license only. It has to be an open trapping season. In contrast, fur animals are taken under hunting regulations with a hunting license. And if you want, I can read you the differences in the species, but that's namely the difference. One is with a trapping license during trapping season, one is hunting with a hunting license.
No, I don't need the species definition. Can I have a quick follow-up? Yes, sir. So we had quite a bit of testimony on these proposals, both this meeting and also the last meeting. We dealt with it and adopted a regulation. And almost everything I heard, almost 100% was predators. They talked about predators, they talked about predator control, they talked about predators. In my opinion, or my thoughts of what a predator is a wolf, coyote, fox, lynx, wolverine. And not the smaller animals like beaver or muskrat or mink or marten or whatever. And so I think maybe when the board members, we talk about this in our deliberations, we can discuss whether we want to amend this to deal with predators as what everybody else testified to, or if you want to keep it for all fur bearers. And also the other thing I want to maybe explore a little bit is that there's a lot of testimony from GMU2 about what would happen down there if we allowed this type of activity and what it would mean to the deer populations. And maybe we can talk about that a little bit too, if I would suggest. Thank you.
Member Brett?
Yeah, I'll address the predator issue. Underneath the definition of fur bearer, the only three that I believe are not predators is the beaver, the muskrat, and the hoary marmot, which I'm marginal on. I don't completely understand it, but the rest of the animals listed under fur bearer are predators by nature. They're killing something to eat it.
Member Wood?
But if they listed as fur bearers, they would come under these three proposals, would they not? Fur bearer, yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
I guess it's another point of clarification, Natalie. There's nothing in 187's language that doesn't pertain to fur bearers. Is that correct? I just want to make clear that we're not talking about all predators on the landscape about these. We're just talking about.
Through the chair, I apologize, I don't have the exact language of the proposal in front of me, but it's my understanding that it is applicable to predators, no specification. So the board will need to determine hunting, trapping, species listed, you name it.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you for that. I don't think I totally agree with that. 126 is exactly what we passed in the interior, and that is to allow these electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers. That's what we passed in the interior. That's what's being asked to be passed statewide. The other ones are the ones that mention other things like predators that we have no definition for, but, you know, taxonomy tells us what is a predator and what isn't a predator. I think the public has the big three or the big five. When they say predators, they have the big three in their mind or the big five in their mind that are, you know. And I'm not here proposing that this proposal is to have anything to do with predator control. It's just an opportunity, an additional opportunity to harvest fur bearers.
Director Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to just respond to that a little bit, I appreciate your comments, Member Barrett. I do have a little bit of concerns because we use the terminology predator control in a lot of places, and there's not a definition of predator, but I think bears come to mind pretty darn quick when people think about predators. It seems to me fur bears do exactly what you just said, Member Barrett, while excluding bears.
Member Wood?
I'd like to bring the conversation back to proposal 126, which is the carrier that we're discussing right now, and it addresses fur bearers. And you put on the record what fur bearers are or not, some of which are predators, some of which are not. Bears are not on that list, okay? So unless we get on to 187, which specifically deals with predators, I think we're beating a dead horse.
That's a good point. I'm in total agreement. Let's talk about 126 ahead of us here, guys. Board members, thoughts, concerns? Member Garner.
Yeah, I just have maybe some questions for law enforcement again for the implementation that happened of this in Region 3. Can you address any citations or concerns with that?
Through the chair, Member Garner, yes, as far as I'm not aware of any issues. I'm not even fully aware that we even checked anybody using this equipment. It's certainly possible. It would have just been an item of interest to pass along, but I'm certainly not aware of any enforcement concerns or issues since this past last year.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Just to make everything clear, and for Member Wood, who was dealing with scales and fins more than he was with fur and claws, under fur bearer, there is black bear listed as a fur bearer. What you have to keep in mind is the proposal is you have to have an open season, to trap black bears. And currently, we have no open season for black bears under trapping.
Member Wood.
And here I thought he was going to try and convince me salmon had scales. On 126, I thought one of the more telling exchanges during public testimony is when I was asking the gentleman about what sight he saw down when he was using on one of these devices, and he was concerned because it narrowed the scope of what he was seeing. And then he says when he's closing, well, I've never used one. I'm sorry, but that testimony didn't carry a whole lot of weight after I heard that. I've never used one, so I don't know what I see when I look through one of those. And I trust, I've talked to several people, every one of them who's used them, absolutely fallen in love with them. Some people may want to spend up to $15,000 for a scope. I'm certainly not among that group. But those that do want to spend the more expensive scopes on their rifles for whatever the range is, have at it. And I don't see where there's any problem whatsoever. And I think it'll be very limited in use, if nothing else, because of the expense involved. So I'm going to be a yes vote on this one.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I share a lot of those sentiments, but the part for me, I'm a little worried about technology creep and us opening the door towards, this being a segue to adding more technology to something I think to hunting. But we did this just 1 year ago, and for me, I think we need a little more time considering to see how this pans out. A bunch of people here just said not many people were aware of it, and I think we need a little bit more than a year. Some of the conversations in the last one were, we'll test it here, and I think we're still in the testing phase, and I don't think I'll be able to support this right now.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I'd like to ask enforcement, if I could, or maybe Fish and Game, if they can expound a little bit on the concerns from the AC in Unit 2. I mean, they were really adamantly opposed to it for a lot of good, very good reasons. And I know that we've been dealing with spotlighting issues for deer from boats for years. I know we have a major Alaska Supreme Court decision called Totem Off that came from a spotlighting decision, and that basically decided, our beaches, state land or federal land. And I mean, some major stuff, and all because of illegal spotlighting from deer. And I'm just kind of curious if either department has any thoughts or has there been any enforcement or concerns what this might cause as far as enforcement issues down the line.
It looks like that went to me first, so through the chair. Yes, it certainly could be a concern. I think what we would envision specific to like a southeast area, as an example, Prince of Wales Island that has thousands of miles of road, and enforcement was to come across somebody after dark on their way somewhere or back from somewhere, and they have a deer carcass or two in the vehicle, and they have a rifle equipped with a thermal scope. They would absolutely be able to claim under this that they were targeting fur bearers. Perhaps unsuccessfully. I don't think we would have any way to determine whether that was used in that configuration to harvest a deer, in that case, after dark with the scope, or prior to dark, not using that scope or that weapon. So, that's a whole bunch of what if, but that is a scenario in which case that could be a very valid concern.
Commissioner.
But wouldn't you have that same concern if there was a caliber required for, or gun, and you had that same gun in the vest? There's all kinds of things that you could do. The carcass might be somebody else's carcass in the back of the truck. So I guess I'm having a hard time connecting to the fact that you couldn't allow the use of night vision just because you can't actually pinpoint that rifle was used for taking to that animal.
Sure, through the chair, Commissioner. No, absolutely. And I think we offered similar comments for the caliber restrictions. Absolutely correct. There's really no way to know. And that's, I hope, if I didn't present it that way, that was my intent, was to present that we wouldn't really have a way to know. Would there be a suspicion? Potentially. On the flip side, like I said, if somebody were to do that, I don't think we'd have any way to catch them or prevent them short of watching them do it, which is similar to the spotlighting regulations. And we do enforcement programs in Southeast specifically to catch people breaking those rules. And I suspect that, again, in answer to that would be how we would catch somebody potentially using a thermal scope, let's say, to target deer, would be to catch them in the act.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did also listen to, people from Unit 2, people from Southeast overall, and their concern with the proposal before us. One, I was thinking, and it was great testimony that in Southeast, there are just minimal fur bearers to have an opportunity to do that. And then to address, maybe potentially somebody or abusing their night vision scope. I mean, we have a regulation on the books now. You can't use a spotlight to shine deer and take them, but people get cited for it. I don't think we should make regulations that because there'll be a bad apple or two out there that the rest of the people who are, honest trappers out there, the benefit of having an additional opportunity to harvest fur bears. And so, and night vision is stealth now, so potentially there might be some people in Southeast using them already. So they don't, have the big spotlight and the troopers go, hey, they're over there. So.
Member Gardner.
Yeah, I'm on the fence on this one. I mean, I'm of the same mindset. Those that poach will poach. Those that poach probably already have night vision optics and a spotlight. I like the implementation in Region 3 in that the concern there is daylight and the issues there are daylight. And so the implementation of that makes more sense. And I'm just on the fence as a statewide implementation, but I don't know that the poaching portion of it is valid, because those that poach will poach, and whether it's acceptable to use those optics or not, they're going to continue to do it.
Other board members, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the poaching aspect is valid, but you're right, those that are going to poach are going to poach, so we're going to always have that 5 or 10% of any user group on any issue is going to maybe, fudge some. So I just want to bring the Unit 2 discussion to the table for the record, because we did have some pretty passionate testimony about it, and they were really concerned. So I appreciate everybody talking about that. Thank you.
Member Batestel.
Yeah, and adding to that Unit 2 discussion, they had similar concerns in the Ketchikan AC, and actually Kodiak mentioned the same thing as well.
Member Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. I think it's going to provide an additional opportunity to trappers to participate in taking some fur bears, in the winter night times. I'll recognize that 8 ACs were supportive, 6 weren't, and there were 4 ACs that submitted comments in the middle. So with that, and I think with the good discussion that we had on this proposal, I'm going to be supporting it.
Further discussion on the proposal? There's no further discussion on this this proposal. I think we might be ready for the question on the proposal.
Call question.
The question's been called.
The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 126. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries by vote of 5 yeas to 2 nays.
Hey, everybody, we had pretty good, discussion there about 126. 127 and 128 are similar, but not exactly the same. I'd like to ask the board members if they have any thoughts or concerns about the differences between those proposals, or maybe we'll ask for unanimous consent to take no action on 127 and 128.
Mr. Chairman, I'll put it on the floor. Move to take no action on 127 and 128, and if it's seconded, second ask unanimous consent. If someone objects, we can discuss it.
Cool. Any objection? If not, we'll take no action on those. So we're on 187.
Mr. Chair, I move to drop Proposal 187, allow the use of night vision, thermal scopes, and artificial light to be used only for hunting predators.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 187 is to allow the use of laser sights, electronically enhanced night vision, thermal forward-looking infrared devices for taking predators. The department recommendation on this is to support with amendments, and while we're neutral on methods and means usually, we are supportive of the proposal with amendments to simplify regulations. And the proposal was submitted by the public. It's also, again, just like we heard, it's important to keep in mind this proposal is not specific to fur bearers. It is specific to predators, for which there are hunting and trapping seasons, so the board will need to discuss what it would like to do with the hunting component, and will also need to specify which species are predators, because they are not a codified class of animals, such as big game or fur bearers, for examples. And also, I'd like to point out that the use of laser sights is strictly prohibited statewide for all species, regardless of fur bearer, fur animal, big game, you name it. So Proposal 187, here is, the department recommends the board amend the proposal to use all existing regulatory language and to allow their use for fur bearers only, so not to expand this scope of the proposal. And with that, pretty short presentation for you. You heard a lot of the previous information already. Department is usually neutral on methods and means. However, it is very supportive of this proposal with amendments to simplify the regulations. And with that, we'll take any questions you have.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Wood?
I'm looking at the, whatever you call these sheets in here, and it doesn't have the word only in it as far as being predators. And I was just now looking up the proposal when you closed your testimony. If indeed the word only appears in here somewhere, would that negate what we just did on 126? And perhaps I can hold that question until I have a chance to read the proposal itself, but.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be in opposition of this proposal for two reasons. One, the use of laser sights was, mentioned to us, and it's all currently not used for any. And the other one was for hunting. There was an absolute reason that we started with a trap, fur bears, was to, and Member Hoffman hit on it, that, we want to test this new this new technology. And the public is, in certain cases, use fair chase and ethics quite a bit during public testimony and some of the comments that I read. And so I want to stay away from hunting altogether, and I don't want to amend the proposal at all. I don't think it has, we passed a very good proposal at 126, and we don't need to address much more on 187.
Thanks for that. Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I do want to make an amendment. I want to define what a predator is in this case, and we can then go from there. And so I want to make an amendment to define predators. I'll give you the list of what those animals are. Second, I'd like to make it for trapping license only during trapping season, not hunting. And third, to remove the laser sight citation. And I'll use the big five as Member Barrett called them: wolf, coyote, fox, lynx, and wolverine as predators. And then from there, we can if we take up the amendment, we can vote the proposal up or down. That way it's delineated as Fish and Game wanted us to do as far as defining those principles. Thank you.
That's the amendment. Discussion on the
Second.
amendment? Yeah, the amendment's been seconded, so that's the amendment. Discussion on that amendment?
I gotta write it down first.
Okay, it's gonna take a little bit of time for that.
Everybody clear? Predators are
Trapping is still.
wolf, coyote, fox, lynx, wolverine, trapping only, removal of the term laser sights.
Mr. Chairman, you got 3 subjects in one amendment. It's going to make it. I'm going to follow your lead.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
So removing the night vision optics, does that then negate what you just did in 126, in your opinion, for these further
No,
species?
I'm removing the laser sight, which Natalie just said is illegal statewide for everything. That's different than the night vision forward-looking infrared.
Okay, got it, understood.
Laser's like a light that shines forward, I think.
Yeah, it's a laser like like they do like in the movies, it isn't. And then that's not talking about like a optical scope with a lit reticle. Am I correct in that, Captain Johnson?
Yes, correct. Laser sight would be like your laser pointer for a PowerPoint presentation.
I guess since we're having discussion on that amendment, I really, applaud you, Member Loring, for attempting to get this proposal to a place where we can talk about it, but I'm not gonna support that proposal. I think there's an awful lot of amendments to it, but, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm confused, which is easily done, so that's okay. But it appears to me, thinking about Member Loring's amendment, it basically takes us right back to 126, but then we introduce a new definition of predator, which is actually going to be, the big 5 is narrower than fur bearer. So I think if you just, it's up to the board, and maybe I'm missing something, but I think 126 pretty much, except for the laser sights, I think it covered everything.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I was actually, responding to the department's request for these corrections and for these definitions. And if you don't think you need them, then I don't necessarily need to make that amendment. But you did request them on your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, I think we're good. Adding another definition of predator might come up down the road a little bit, that in unintended consequences.
Commissioner.
Yeah, our comments on this were like it's an independent proposal. We didn't know how you were going to act on Proposal 126. Now that you acted on Proposal 126, we don't think these are necessary. Our amendments are not necessary any longer on this one.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have concern with defining what a predator is. I think that may come back to bite us in our intensive management scenarios where we've narrowed predators down to the 5 and not included some other ones that are also responsible for, in our IM projects, like bears.
Member Wood.
Thank you. In light of the Commissioner's statement, I would ask that the amendment be withdrawn.
Member Loring.
Yeah, since the department no longer needs clarification on what a predator is, as they asked for, I can go ahead and, if it's okay with my second, to withdraw that.
Second concurs.
Thank you. So we have the proposal 187 in front of us. Further discussion about it. Intent. Member Gardner and then Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I would just say as written,
I would not be in support of the proposal. I think we captured pretty much everything under Proposal 126.
Member Batesville.
Yeah, is the issue on laser sights, that's illegal statewide, correct?
It is, yeah. Yeah, it would be as is right now, so it would include the laser sights, and it would be predators, the taking of predators.
Okay.
Further discussion about this proposal? I think the question needs to be called then, if we don't have any more questions.
Call the question.
Question's been called?
Yeah, the board has heard no concerns suggesting that this would be, have costs to anybody in the public.
Thanks for that. Christie, would you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 187. Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 129, establish a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges for taking big game.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 129, establish a minimum standard of center fire rifle cartridge for the taking of big game. This is a public proposal, and the department is neutral. Current regulations, 5 AC 92085, game may be taken with the use of a firearm other than a shotgun. With the use of a firearm other than a shotgun, muzzleloader, rifle, or pistol using a center fire cartridge, except that. And then there are some exceptions listed in the regulations where rimfire cartridges may be used. The intent by the author of the proposal is to, specifically, he recommended a 25 caliber minimum for the taking of center fire cartridge for the taking of big game. Firearm and caliber restrictions may be methods-based, such as the use of a muzzleloader, unit-based, Unit 18, non-toxic shot for the taking of small game. You could actually look at that a little bit wider, where you can't take waterfowl with anything other than non-toxic shot. And statewide centerfire cartridges for taking of big game, which is the current regulation. We often hear when we have these conversations, reducing wounding loss tends to be a major consideration for restrictions. Not only that, but we heard quite a bit of testimony here in this meeting about people encountering game animals with wounds. You know, obviously somebody lost it, but other people ultimately encounter it, and that could, you know, that can complicate decisions on whether or not to take that game after that. Especially with big game, it is important to recognize that big game includes some smaller animals, such as Sitka black-tailed deer. But it also goes all the way up in our neck of the woods, all the way up to moose, brown bears, you know, things like that. So there's a spectrum, you know, when we classify animals as big game. Some of the concerns, small calibers leave little room for error with shot placement. You know, that's fair enough. You know, a large bullet will go in and fragment, or even just a shock and the trauma that the bullet inflicts when it enters the animal. If used correctly, we've heard testimony here, and we have some exceptions for the use of small calibers to take big game. Swimming caribou in Unit 23, maybe 26, but certainly 23, I believe. Yeah. And small caliber rifles are very popular and easily accessible to hunters. The ammunition is cheaper, to be sure. And we've heard some additional testimony at this meeting about various calibers of rifles and firearms that people may have in their gun safes at home and things like that. And it seems like lots of people have, you know, fairly fair number of small caliber rifles. But we did hear that, you know, a lot of folks also have larger caliber rifles. In preparation for the board meeting, we did spend a little bit of time looking at different states, western states specifically, many of them Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Oregon. They do have established a minimum caliber for big game. I can't tell you what they classify as big game versus what we do, but oftentimes these places have many of the same species we do. And I believe that, and I'm not a gun nut, so somebody probably will have to help me, but I think those states oftentimes had, I think it was 24 caliber, and I believe that's equivalent to a 6 millimeter, to put it in another, other terms that folks might understand. We see these proposals routinely. We see them in regional meetings. We see them in statewide meetings such as this. In some of the information we've talked about today, we've seen some of the, differences in ammunition that are required for different species, different locations, things like that. There was a similar proposal to this in 2016, but it focused primarily on moose. And on that point, I'll mention that Proposal 130 is the same proposal, but focused on moose, not the other species of big game. The department at that time commented that if the board wished to adopt something like that, we would ask that a minimum caliber for all big game was established. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Proposal 129, establish a minimum standard centerfire rifle cartridge for taking of big game. Public proposal, and the department's recommendation is neutral. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Scott. Good job with that presentation. Member Wood.
Thank you. As noted by Director Scott, we've had a similar issue, though I think all three of them were dealing with moose and moose only, but it was submitted statewide 16, an ACR in 18, and a region in 20. My question to the department is, has something changed since these three were not adopted by the board that would justify or warrant a re-examination to see if perhaps we made mistakes or the board made mistakes back in 2016, 2018, and 2020?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I'm not aware of any changes that would potentially warrant that.
Yeah. One of the things that we experienced from the Board of Fish, and I hate to keep referring back to it, but that's my background, is that we ended up with proposals year after year after year after year. And I think what the strategy was, if you do it enough times, you're going to luck out one time and it's going to slip through. And I don't know if this isn't something similar. I'm not inclined to support or encourage that kind of activity, and I will not be supportive here. I've seen no justification for having to do this, so I'll be a no vote.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support the proposal either, but not for the reasons Member Wood is. I do believe in the public process. The board changes, the makeup changes almost annually. So there's different members that will have different ideas or read something differently than I would. And so I don't discourage the public from ever submitting a proposal that they feel has merit.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this proposal has merit, and although I'm probably not going to support it for all big game like this one, I do have a little different take when we come to the next proposal, and I'll bring a lot of my comments at that time. But I think one thing that has changed from prior meetings, Mr. Wood, is that we used to have National Guard armories in the villages, and ammunition for Q23 was available and cheap, and so a lot of folks use that. That's all gone away now. They don't have that ammunition available for for the taking for those folks in the villages. And but the rifles are still available, the Mini 14s and the AR 15s and the other ones with the, and they're very, very good rifles for hunting wolves and smaller game, but the bullets are an issue with me. I'll discuss that a little bit more in Proposal 130, but I do think the proposal has merit, but I won't be supporting it for all game. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to build the record a little bit, I won't be supporting this as well. I never have in the past. And, last few meetings ago, we had a meeting in Kotzebue, and Member Brett asked one of the public members about this, and they gave the most eloquent speech I've ever heard about that. And to summarize, this is an elderly guy, and he said and this guy just spoke from the cuff. He had no notes, no nothing. He just said his grandmother gave him a .22, and she said, this gun can kill anything, and, and all the stuff associated with being safety about it and all that. So that was really neat to watch. But for me, I think education, shot placement are much more important, but most of all, sighting in your weapon. And I would recommend all three of those before I ever supported something like this to be regulated. So I won't be in support of this.
Good deal. Any more intent, any more discussion? Member Batesville.
Yeah, and I really appreciate what Member Hoffman said, and the testimony and stuff that we heard here from the public kind of supported that. 16 of the ACs are opposed to this proposal, and I won't be supporting this.
I remember that testimony too. I think we might be ready for the question on this proposal.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that, Christie. Will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 129. Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 130, establish a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridges for taking moose.
Second.
Thanks. It's been moved and seconded. I imagine some of the information is a little bit the same, but take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, it's all brand new, just for you, sir.
Awesome. Thanks.
Just kidding. The proposal is very similar, but right here on the title page, I want to apologize. My version control got out of control, and this is actually a proposal made by the Bethel Advisory Committee. The presentation, it is to establish a minimum standard of centerfire rifle cartridge for the taking of moose, not big game. Current regulation, as we talked about a little bit just a second ago, all the same information as provided. In addition, we mentioned a few states that had gone down this road before and established, I believe it was a 24 caliber or 6 millimeter minimum caliber for big game, not specifically moose. Same stuff, reducing wounding loss. We're aware of people encountering animals with those wounds. Not only did a hunter lose it, but now hunters have to make some decisions with that. Some of the challenges, but a lot of the positive with small caliber firearms as well. This proposal is specific to the taking of moose. This is a statewide proposal, and the author of the proposal recommended a .243 caliber as a minimum caliber for taking of moose. 243s are a very popular round. They're readily available. The firearms themselves are readily available. They're not cheap, just like any other, other firearm. There may be some challenges to needing a new firearm if you don't have something, larger, 243 or larger. Given the action in the past proposal, 223 is still allowed, still authorized to take big game, including moose. So these are some of the questions the board will need to wrestle with. But Proposal 130 is establish a minimum standard centerfire rifle cartridge of 243 for the taking of moose. It is a Bethel AC proposal, and the department's recommendation is neutral.
Thanks. I know Member Loring, are you prepared to talk about your thoughts on this proposal at this time?
I am, if it's as appropriate.
Absolutely.
So, moose is a whole different big game animal than, say, a caribou is, or a deer. And we talk about shot placement, we talk about education, we talk about bullet types, and all those type of things. We talk about availability of firearms, and somebody might have to buy a new one. And if I can just kind of go into this spiel a little bit. 223s, which most people are talking about, the readily available cheap ammunition out there is of two kinds, either full metal jacket or varmints. And I just went to Sportsman's, I went to Cabela's, I went to several stores and looked on the shelf, and nowhere on any of those stores do they have hunting variety 223s available. The only way to get a hunting bullet, as some of the folks talked about, is to reload. And that's a whole different bailiwick. 50 bullets of a 70 grain hunting bullet for 22 caliber copper cost you $55 for just 50 bullets only, not counting anything else. So that's a specific task that only some people can do. The reason why full metal jacket bullets is dictated in military is for one reason. All across the world, there's a treaty about it, is that they go through, they injure the person, but they don't kill them. And so that person is then taken out of the battlefield and then and not die for full metal jacket bullets. The reason why varmint bullets work so well in varmints is they hit and they blow up. And I have personally experienced a situation where we were taught to shoot heart lungs through the front shoulder with a bullet, shot placement, to kill an animal. Well, we shot a deer with a .222 with a varmint bullet. My mistake for using that bullet, hit the front shoulder, blew up, and never entered the body cavity. And we chased that deer around for 2.5 hours, and finally my brother-in-law shot with a 30-06 and we were able to recover it. And that's how come I knew it never entered the body cavity, it just hit that shoulder and blew up. And that's a pretty common occurrence with those small bullets. If that same bullet was to hit a rib on a moose, same thing would happen. So shot placement, as we're taught in hunter safety and every place else, to shoot for the vital organs through the front shoulders with that tiny bullet just doesn't work. With a full metal jacket bullet, that moose is gonna run away and die in 4 or 5 hours someplace else. So I'm really concerned that we have a large amount of wounding loss using these small caliber bullets on these larger animals. And then secondly, the price of guns, entry level bolt action high caliber rifles are about $400. You see them all the time at sportsmen's places like that. It's about 1/8 of your permanent fund this year. So it's not that expensive. Now, if you're going to buy a Weatherby or something like that, sure, you're going to spend quite a bit more, but you want to buy a entry-level Savage or entry-level Ruger, or even a Remington, they're about $399 at Sportsman's right now. So there is a cost there, but neither here nor there. I just think that this is a good proposal. 243 is a good compromise from the 25, but it's a lot better than shooting a 223 varmint bullet at a moose. So I'd like to hear other members' comments on this proposal. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dave, for that. I agree with almost most of that, what you said. What I don't agree is, if I thought by us passing this would eliminate wounding loss, I would be all for it, but I just don't think it's going to do that, actually, and it's going to hinder. We had some comments from the public earlier about far-reaching effects of some of these proposals. I think this would be one of those. The reality is, in some of these villages, they don't have a rifle for every type of game. And I think people use what works. I've shot a moose with a Mini 14 one time, and it worked. It killed it in one shot. You know, so legislating what type of minimum rifle cartridge standards, to me, I can't support it, and I don't think there's no big changes. What, has it gone up, Mr. Johnson? Is wounding loss escalated or shot out of the roof in the last couple of years that warrants something like this?
To the chair, Member Hoffman, I couldn't even answer that because, you know, a lot of wounding loss is never found, so we wouldn't even know that. But as far as I'm aware, no, what's been reported to us is fairly consistent.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I'll use one statement that I used before. You know, I could shoot a moose in the hoof with a .338. It's not going to die. You know, so that one there, and then I see an enforcement issue, and this is a real life scenario. If someone goes hunting and they shoot a moose, if we pass this and they shoot it with a .338 and it drops, knocks it down, and they walk up to it and it starts to get, so they shoot it with a smaller caliber to save a bullet because those bullets are expensive, and then so now you got a legal bullet and then maybe a 22 or 22 meg in it. How would law decipher that scenario?
Member Hoffman, through the chair. That's actually a very interesting question. I don't think I'd ever pondered that, but I can't see us taking an enforcement action in something like that if there was a pretty obvious that the animal had been shot with a larger caliber at some point, whether that was the first shot or the second shot. But you raise an interesting point, for sure.
Member Gardner.
Yeah, following up on Member Hoffman, he kind of took my question, but I was going to ask about enforcement. In the event, how do you enforce that caliber of bullet was the taking of that animal? And is there, somebody walking in the woods carrying a smaller munition, but happens to have a moose tag in his pocket versus the only way you're going to see that is if you're there at the dressing of the animal and find the actual bullet?
Through the chair, Member Garner, correct. Yeah, just being in the woods with a smaller caliber than what would be allowed, and even having a moose tag and even potentially even saying they're hunting moose probably wouldn't be enough to garner a full enforcement action.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I think that using enforcement as an excuse not to vote this is wrong, because every single time we have a regulation, we're going to have 95% compliance and 5% non-compliance with anything. And so we're going to have to take everybody's that's out there hunting and their moral standards and ethics and apply those to that regulation. And if we can save 10, 15, 20, 30 moose that don't die from winning loss, put this regulation in place, or even more than that, I think it's worth it. That's that many moose that are going to go on the person's table in their freezer that are going to die and not run away. And you might shoot a moose in the hoof with anything. You're not going to get it back. Again, that happens, but it's also training. But not everybody can shoot a moose in the head, with a .223 or luckily get between the ribs either. So I just think we have to rely on the moral ethics of the hunter to follow the regulations. We do with spotting sheep. We do with same airborne. We do with anything. And that's just the world we live in, is that we have a 95% compliance and a 5% bad animals every place we're at. So I just think that's not a very good argument.
Member Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with some of that. But the underlying issue is, I think, for me personally, we need to lean more towards education. And I've always pushed for something in the handy-dandy, some kind of general guidelines about showing caliber, recommended caliber for certain size game. And I think that would go a long ways. Some people don't know, most people do. We could be in a situation where someone needs the meat for the winter and they don't have the large caliber, and they're competent hunters with a smaller caliber. And I think we need to focus more on education, and be nice to see something in the handy dandy, some kind of general guidelines. I think would go a long ways.
Member Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really persuaded by Member Loring's arguments. I think they're very valid, but I'm also find Member Huffman's concerns very valid. Do you have any idea how many moose might be hit with a small caliber and never recovered?
I don't. I wish I knew.
Yeah, it's something I didn't know if you have an answer or not, because I suspect that it's not that many. Most of you hunters out there are pretty darn good hunters, okay, and follow up on their hunt. But right now, if I had to vote right this moment, I would vote with the direction Member Loring is advocating.
Dr. Rita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, for the record and the board's consideration, the proposal that you have before you would be considered a reduction in methods and means, and therefore a reduction in subsistence opportunity as well. And so the board may wish to consider that factor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that. I know that we limit draw weight, but do we limit arrow grain, type of head used in any hunt?
Through the chair. So we do have draw weight, as you indicated, and then there is also weights in your regulations for broadheads regarding inches in length, grains, total weight. So there are instances where that is a thing.
Member Bachtel.
Yes, and there's also limits on muzzle loading, diameter round ball for species, 54 caliber and above for all large game, and 45 and above for smaller game. I'd like to point out that 11 ACs supported this, 9 did not. They opposed this. I really like the idea of having larger calibers, but I don't know about putting that onus on people that can't afford to get one of those rifles.
Thanks for that. We've had a lot of, Member Brett. Yeah, Member Brett.
So I'll just put my intent on, or don't intend to support this proposal. I think all the information we get is really anecdotal, and I could add more to that. You know, I'll leave it at that, because, but anyways, I'm with like Member Hoffman. I think education could go a long ways. We provide, you know, hunter education for the new and upcoming crop. I think it's a great idea to add that to the hunter education and say, you know, the department recommends that you use such a caliber for deer, minimum calibers for deer, minimum calibers for moose. I think that'll go a long ways. I think over time, people in rural communities will be able to upgrade what they're using, and I think some of that's happening already. It's just naturally happening that they're veering away from the 223 and going to the 243 or the 30-06. You know, 30-06 is a pretty popular caliber in rural communities. So, again, this is one of those proposals that we've seen many times before us, and I think it's becoming less of an issue, and it's just an ideology of, you know, matching some other state or somebody's other belief in ethics. So I won't be supporting this proposal.
Member Loring.
Yeah, just one quick thing. As with all proposals, there's usually a reason behind it, that somebody sees a problem, they're trying to fix it. Bethel AC and the other folks from Bethel that saw this problem, they realize there's a problem out there and they're trying to fix it. So I just want to give them credit for bringing it forward to us. Thank you.
Other questions from board members, comments from board members? I see this really as affecting residents. I don't see this affecting, you know, non-residents. The concerns that Dr. Wida brought up really concern me about this, and although I definitely see the validity, and Dave, you almost had me a couple of times. I mean, you really did. I don't think I'm gonna support this proposal at this time. If nobody else has any comments, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call a question.
The question's been called.
Based on the comments from the public and stuff, to the board, they indicate there may be an increased cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 130. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Batesdell?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 131, require identification tags to be attached to traps and snares.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, do we need to switch chairs? You guys got it again. All right.
You've got the D team up here, but we'll get through it. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Proposal 131, require identification tags on traps and snares. This is a public proposal, and the department's recommendation is neutral. Similar to the minimum caliber proposals, we've seen this proposal both in statewide meetings as well as regional meetings. There's not a whole lot of background available. Presently, you're not required to mark your traps or snares. However, in the past, in some places you were. The board took action and required trap marking in Southeast in 2007. The Federal Subsistence Board, interestingly enough, matched that move pretty quickly. And then at a statewide meeting, that requirement for trap tagging down in Southeast was removed by the board at a statewide meeting. And the Federal Subsistence Board has since followed suit. Presently, many trapping organizations post signage to let people know trapping is occurring. I really applaud a lot of the efforts of those organizations. ATA, the Alaska Trappers Association, and their various chapters are pretty engaged in that, and I really appreciate the work they're doing. We also continue to hear about various conflicts with trapping and other uses of trails, and places are out, and people are out and doing stuff outside. Just a few things for the board to consider as you deliberate the proposal. If an issue comes up, it may aid in enforcement action. It's much easier to, if you know whose it is, to go address that. ADA and G, if there's a number, we often have access to those numbers, and if we're made aware of an issue or a question, concern, we could reach out to a trapper as well. Another pro is, we are required to mark crab pots, shrimp pots, even bear bait stations. You have to put a sign up, or part of the permit, or a marking that as a bait site. Some of the cons, I was told this, and a layperson might discover a trapper's name. The proponent asked for an identification number. My mind, it goes to your driver's license number. I don't know if just anyone can find a driver's license number for people. I've never tried, but I do know the troopers can, and I know Fish and Game can, if an issue was to come up. We've heard concerns with, I tried to put this pretty nicely, Captain Johnson, concerns with additional enforcement attention. So, and that came out of Southeast, as a matter of fact, so that can be a concern for people. There is a little bit of a cost associated. I asked Deputy Director Bruning to take a look at that just yesterday, I believe, and Member Barrett will have way more information on this too, I believe, in that like 25 tags was $9 or something like that. Seems like it did go up since the last time that we had this conversation. And the other thing we've heard too is that an otherwise legal trap set, if somebody's got an issue with somebody else, they could literally pick it up and move it and put it in a place that that it shouldn't be, or whatever, do something to it. I would argue that that's very similar to a crab pot or a shrimp pot as well, or other buoys with markings that we'd have to have on it. So, Mr. Chairman, again, this is proposal 131 to require trap, snare, and ID tags. Public proposal, the department's neutral. As I mentioned, the author did ask for an identification number. There wasn't anything specified there. My mind goes to the driver's license number. Potentially, I don't think the department wants to be in the business of assigning numbers to people and trying to monitor that. So if we have something readily available, trap tagging is, it's just a matter of putting a tag on a trap. But I don't know that the board would have to be limited to that. I've seen traps that have numbers engraved or etched into the jaws or springs or something like that. It's the same number and it's marked. But anyway, 131, require identification tags on traps and snares, proposed by the public, and the department's neutral.
Thanks for that. I just want to go on the record saying, like, a driver's license number, I'd be adverse to that because I got, kids that don't drive, so. Questions and comments from board members? Member Brett.
I'm an adult and I'm against putting my driver's license on anything but for driving. Question for the department. How many crab pots or shrimp pots does a commercial outfit have, or an individual can have at one time out in a fishery? And I'm sure that varies.
It depends upon the fishery.
What's a high one?
300 Dungy pots in
300,
Southeast.
yeah, 300-400, yeah.
Okay, so, that's comparable to somebody, trapping full-time or putting a lot of effort into it, having that. Another one, engraving. Again, I would probably be opposed to having anything engraved the proposer doesn't ask that, he asked for tags, but the department mentioned it. because a lot of traps are bought and sold. And same thing with the tags. I buy quite a bit of traps every year, sell traps every year. You know, personally myself, however they attached them, I don't know. I wouldn't go through the effort of taking them off. It's just time consuming for when I'm buying, you know, up to 300 traps from a trapper or something, that I'm just trying to peddle them as quickly as I could. So there may be an issue down the road there. We've had this trap ID in different places. I know in my area, we had it in Tok, and it didn't pan out. I mean, it wasn't what people thought it was gonna be, and, you know, trappers were compliant, there was no issue, and so, you know, eventually that one went away, and I think, you know, some in Southeast had some, if they didn't go away, they had some adjustments on, you know, where they had to do that. And so, and the other thing that I'm concerned about this proposal as, I don't know if it's his proposal or actually, because it's kind of hard, but he talks about, you know, people keeping the identities or the number confidential except for circumstances where a child, pet, or are trapped or snared. So I'm curious if we had a unique number on there, would Alaska Statute 1605.815, the confidentiality statute, would that apply? Would the department having my unique number be able to be given to somebody that had, you know, the extreme, have a child or dog caught? Or is that information actually confidential?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Brett, I'll punt to Department of Law, but I believe it's confidential.
Yeah, through the chair, I think it is confidential, but it could be released under a court order. So,
Anything.
yeah. So I don't think we would give it up necessarily unless we were requested under a court action. But I'll defer to Department of Law.
Any questions while the Department of Law is digging that up? Member Loring.
Thank you. Yeah, Member Barrett, you know, the 1220E requirement that had to do with marking snares, and it wasn't each individual snare, it was the beginning of the trap line with that information, and it was a unique number, probably a driver's license number. And yeah, there was no problems, and that's a good point. So it worked. There was no problems, nobody had their snares stolen and put in someplace else. But anyway, I don't support this statewide because I don't believe it is applicable to the bush, to those long line trappers that might be going up and, you know, like Danny Grangard type folks, you know, that are running hundreds of traps. But what I'm really scared of, and I hate to bring this up, but what I'm really scared of is that the demographics in this state are changing. And I think that we need to, at some point, maybe on a regional basis, as I told the proposer of this proposal, to get together with Randy and Nicole and enforcement and whoever else and look at these areas that have these acute problems in the more urban areas with the dogs. And I don't want to see some kind of a ballot measure come down that's going to hurt the trapping industry worse than if they got together and came up with a compromise to solve this problem. Because we're losing more and more hunters and trappers in the state. We're getting more and more non-hunters and trappers in the state. And these big areas like Anchorage and maybe not so much in Matt Valley, but southeast, we could have a problem with a ballot measure down the line. I don't want to see that even coming close. It happened with marijuana for those folks that didn't like it. It passed, and now we have it. I mean, that's the type of thing that could happen, and just depending on who you're looking at and who gets the signatures and where it goes. So that's my concern. But I don't support this as a statewide measure by any means. And I think I told Mr. Taylor when he testified to try to get together and maybe talk some things out and see if we can come up with some kind of compromise and work at it at a regional meeting. Thank you.
Any other discussion from board members? How about, Department of Law?
Through the chair to address what was raised by Member Barrett, that statute would make that information confidential. It could be subject to disclosure via a court order, or there could be some alternate ways that it might be disclosed via forms of litigation, criminal prosecution, or public records requests after a conviction.
You know, and to speak to Member Loring's thought process right there, I remember in the past, we've had, you know, former members, I remember like Member Keogh got together with the group and they tried to work through some problems, and I think that's very worthy. I think we should actually put that in miscellaneous business, no matter how we vote this proposal, and talk about it at the end of the meeting. Member Wood.
You caught my attention with that one. So what is it you're suggesting be put in miscellaneous?
So in the past, we've had some trapping issues where you had two opposing sides, and year after year after year, these two opposing sides, I say opposing sides, submitted proposals and came and testified. Those two user groups or non-user groups got together. They came up with a compromise. They submitted a proposal that we passed last meeting. What I'm suggesting is if those two groups would get together and work on this issue, so they would come together with a unified front, it might solve problems for the board a long time in the future.
Okay. Because I've had personal experience with traps, but they were renegade trappers. They want what I'd call responsible trappers, putting traps right in the middle of a dog trail, groomed dog trail. I mean, there's no question it was in use. And it wouldn't make any difference. I don't think this proposal will make any difference, because if they're going to outlaw that, they're not going to put tags identifying who they are on there. Okay.
Point taken. Any other discussion from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, I'm sometimes too much of a legalist, but this proposal suggests that a person may not set a trap or snare unless there's an attached trap tag on it with an identification. So if I had a trap here today and I showed everybody how to set it and it was sitting there and I didn't have a tag on it, if this was to pass, would I be in violation of the regulation?
I think you would. Further discussion from board members. Member Batestel.
I'd like to point out there were 17 ACs opposed to this and 7 in support, and 1 with just general comments. And I don't think I can support this. I was there when we used to put tags on. In fact, if anybody would like tags, I still have quite a few envelopes of tags with my names on it. But I don't think it's a statewide thing. I really think that Dave was right in the way that this needs to become up. It needs to be on a area by area basis.
Thanks for that. Any other board members? If not, we've had, Member Loring.
Yeah, just real quick, I really support your idea of bringing us up in miscellaneous business and maybe send some message to the groups to try to work something out and come up with a compromise. That's a very good idea. I appreciate that.
That being said, any further discussion from board members? If not, we might be able to call the question.
Question.
The question's been called.
Some comments given to the board indicate that there may be an increased cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 131. Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Batestel?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
And Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 132, prohibit non-residents from using snow machines to approach and pursue the take of wolves and wolverine.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 132 asks to prohibit non-residents from using snow machines to approach and pursue wolves and wolverine. It was submitted by the public, and the department is neutral on the proposal. Again, the department is usually neutral on methods and means, and this particular proposal is also allocative in nature because of the resident, non-resident component. There are currently 3 provisions in your regulations that allow the use of snow machines to approach and pursue wolves and wolverine. All 3 are applicable to both residents and non-residents currently. And this proposal only addresses number 1 on this slide, so that might be an item for you to consider as you ponder this proposal. If you want to know how many wolverine are actually taken in the state by non-residents and residents, this is what we have for you. If you can see the green bars, those are the number of wolverine taken by residents. Believe it or not, on the very bottom, there are some itty-bitty little white bars that indicate the number of wolverine taken by non-residents in any given regulatory year. So of those, here is the number of, this is the non-resident take that indicated they were taken with a snow machine as the method of transportation. So those, I apologize, the white bars on the very bottom of the graph are the wolverines that were taken by non-residents that indicated they used snow machines as the method of transportation for taking those. So not a whole lot of take. The proposal also covers wolves, so here we have the same information. This is the number of wolves taken each year by residents and non-residents, and the data does exclude those taken in predator control programs. We're talking about only hunting and trapping. Again, non-resident take is indicated by the shorter white bars at the bottom of the graph. And same data for non-resident wolf take. This shows the percentage of wolves taken by non-residents where the method of transportation was snow machine. All other types, highway vehicle, boat, et cetera, are in the other category. So, and with that, we don't have a whole lot more on this. This is definitely allocative and one for you to wrestle with. It's to prohibit non-residents from using snow machines to approach and pursue wolves and wolverine. The department is neutral and it was submitted by the public.
Natalie, thank you. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natalie, on your non-resident wolverine take, are those wolverine, it looks like by amount of snow machine use that they might be actually targeting them versus an incidental to like a sheep hunt or a bear hunt or a moose hunt, where they might have a wolverine tag or some other tag with equal value in their back pocket. Do you have any data that tells us if they're targeted or if they're incidental?
To the chair, Member Loring, not anything concrete. We do know there are people who take non-residents specifically out on trap lines throughout the year. So it is highly likely that a lot of the wolverine taken by snow machine, or taken with snow machine as a method of transportation, were intentionally targeting fur bearers of some variety.
And just a quick follow-up. And the same question for wolves. Now, wolves are quite a bit different. There's quite a few more wolves taken, by non-residents. I know that a lot of those are taken incidental to other hunts because they're in the field and they see wolves, and the number of wolves taken by snow machines is significantly lower. But there is still some, so I'd assume if they're taken by snow machines, they're probably targeting wolves and maybe even guided targets. So, okay, thanks for just trying to digest this all.
Yeah, just to clarify that, a non-resident taking a wolf would need to be guide accompanied, but a non-resident taking a wolverine, would they need to be guide accompanied either or not?
Mr. Chair, so when wolves are taken with a person with a trapping license in a trapping season, they're not big game. They're not required to be guided in that case.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
You kind of lost me on that. Natalie, wolves and wolverines aren't required to have a guide for anything if you're whether you're hunting or trapping, do they?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that is actually correct, unless we're talking about non-resident aliens, in which case they are required to be guided if they're hunting.
Thank you.
And that isn't, there's nowhere that on this matrix here.
Correct, Mr. Chair, it's not in this.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't tend to support it after the data that I had found before me on this. I was considering some of the public testimony and ACs that weighed in on it, but the harvest by non-residents with the use of a snow machine is really insignificant to the take Alaskans take. So I don't want to restrict an opportunity even for a non-resident when we have a harvestable surplus that is sustainable.
Other board members? Member Batesville?
Yeah, I would like to agree with Member Barrett on that. I would not support this. I think that we do have a harvestable surplus, and it's such a low number that it's insignificant.
Other comments from board members? Member Loring?
Yeah, I agree with Member Barrett's comments. You know, wolves were, probably average 10% by non-residents, and Wolverine is even less than that. So that's a small portion of the take, and I'm sure some of them are guided, so it would be affecting guides if, guided operations, and maybe take some money out of their pockets. And I can't support it with what's happening with the data before us. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on the fence on this one, but just to put some on the record, a lot of public testimony was saying that this was more of a something to help local trappers get a little more money. And this was fairly controversial at a time, and we barely got it passed. And I would hate for this, for a non-resident to do something and cause some major issue where that would cause this to go back. So that's my only fear on this. And again, I could use some of the arguments that was just presented here, that the take is so little, why risk it? I think this is something we should afford our local residents, and not something that's, at least that's the way I'm thinking right now, but I'm still on the fence.
Captain Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just point out, and I'll have Natalie again check me if I'm incorrect. I think enforcement in the department, I think, are aligned in liking consistency. And I did some checking, and I'm not aware of any other circumstance where, if this was passed, this would create a difference, a break in methods and means between residents and non-residents. And I'm not aware of any other such thing that exists. There's different seasons and bag limits and hunt types, but as far as I'm aware, and again, I'll have Natalie check me on that, there's nowhere that there's different methods and means broke between residents and non-residents.
Is that correct, Natalie?
Through the chair, yes. Thank you for bringing that up, Captain Johnson. That is accurate, and that's a concern that the department, I believe, noted in their comments as well, that there are no other instances where this type of distinction between residents and non-residents exists. So it'll be something new for enforcement to wrestle with.
Kimberly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of that, the board should put on the record, or members who are considering supporting this should put on the record what interest of the board you are seeking to advance, and whether such a restriction would advance and further that interest. So basically, it's the rational basis test for when there's a delineation between residents and non-residents. The board should state what you're trying to further and how this is connected to that.
Thank you for that. Other discussion from board members? Any more intent from board members? Member Garner?
Yeah, just hearing of the insignificant take there and having a harvestable surplus, plus noting that the ACs are in opposition 9-6, I would not support this proposal.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion? If there are no further discussion, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 132. Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
Yeah, so due to our action on 132, are any members interested in taking up 133? Is there, Natalie, could you give us a rundown of or should we put it on the table before we get the rundown? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 133 due to the action taken on 132.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can I ask for unanimous consent on that?
Yes.
All right. We have unanimous consent. We'll take no action on 133. We have another, group of proposals coming up at this time. It's almost 5 o'clock. I think we worked through a bunch of these today. What's the purview of the board here? Do you want to put in another half an hour, or do you want to meet in the morning and take it away?
Before I answer that question, what do we have in the last category of, what do you call it, miscellaneous business?
Do we have that?
Request for CNT knowledge,
Dr. Wheatland.
Yeah, Dr. Rita.
I think Christie just got it.
A request for C&T, right?
Yeah, we're expecting maybe a public comment with regards to asking the Board of Game to do the CNT, or the traditional knowledge reports like Board of Fish. We have the emergency petition. I think Mr. Barrett, we've been working on a set of findings regarding trapping. Okay, so that one's off the list. Anyway, a couple items at this point. There could be more, but.
My thought, Mr. Chairman, is that we're not getting out of here on Wednesday, so I just assume wrap up early today and go back.
All right, is that good with the board? All right, I think we did Member Loring.
You did just say you wanted to wrap up now and then come back in the morning?
Correct.
So was the presentation for these proposals pretty short? I mean, as far as, you don't have a half-hour run-up for us that, for 10 minutes we can do tonight, then take the proposals in the morning?
I think they're proposal by proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're pretty short, but there's a couple in there I suspect there's going to be a lot of discussion.
No, what I was asking was, do you have a kind of a overview that's significantly in time, or is the overview pretty short?
We don't have a general overview for these. They are different enough that.
Okay, then I support Mr. Wood's request to adjourn now then.
Sounds good. We'll see everybody at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you guys very much.